As fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Do you know about the true crimes that inspired a Bruce Springsteen album? Or the murders AC/DC was blamed for? How about Taylor Swift's Violent Stalkers? Or the suspicious deaths of Brittany Murphy and River Phoenix? These stories and more are told in the Disgraceland podcast, hosted by me, Jake Brennan, every Tuesday, where I dive deep into subjects from the dark side of music history and entertainment. So follow and listen to Disgraceland on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Sitting in for Dawn today. And again, it sounds like Groundhog Day, but stock market watching today, at least I've been in transit. I haven't seen the last half hour. It was yesterday when the moment happened on my show. Henry and I were looking at this on Fox, kind of frozen, when suddenly the market rally is now ranked something along the line since World War II as the third biggest or second biggest, however you look at it. It was enormous. So the question will be, was that a mirage when you look at some of the futures this morning and then look at what's going on? Or is this plan now something that people have a certain degree of certitude about? The good news, the Canadian Prime Minister has quickly pledged to negotiate new economic and security relationships with the U.S. after the pause. I believe Japan and South Korea are either there or they're going to be there. And the big story to me yesterday, and I said it all show long, is Scott Bessent, or Bessent, was in charge. The more he's in charge, the more he's articulating out front, the more confidence people are going to have. Just let this guy cook. Just let him out there. Just let him help to articulate the president's grand scheme in strategic terms, not Navarro, not Ludnick. And you're going to see things will solidly be in place. So how are you feeling today after seeing this play out? At 11:30 today, Henry has gotten on, the author of the book. Let me give you the full title. Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Battle for Cultural Supremacy. And this book talks about how much influence the Communist Chinese Party has over Hollywood, not just films going there, but films here. Again, Trump taking them on has to be done. This is the time to do it. And we'll see how many on board, say, by the end of the weekend we have of all these negotiations going on with these countries. And once we see that, that's going to be a calming influence. That's going to help move things forward. All right, so there are a couple of things. We're also going to talk with Stacey Garrity today. She's the treasurer in Pennsylvania, spoke at a leadership conference, MAGA, and she said a lot of interesting things about Trump, but since she's in the financial world, I thought it was a good angle. She's also someone who I believe is running for governor, which is good. She's got a real shot against Josh Shapiro. Worst case scenario, she really dusts him up quite a bit and might beat him. So we got all that going on today. 855-839-1210. You get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210 and you're on board. Here is the, Jim, this is cut 10. We're not sure if this is true or not, but it looks like it could be true. The Treasury Secretary Bessent talking about how Trump got China, and at least on paper, I think this is accurate, to be boxed in, to be goaded into this box. Where does China go now? Now, you can say, well, where do we go? But China has this worse. There are no alliances with China now. People are not moving toward that. So what do? Here's what Bessent said yesterday.
Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today. And all this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along. And that, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
What's your message to the articles saying that the countries were getting called back?
With these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them. So I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which is quite festive. And he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create. But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
All right, there you go. Just with Greg and Nick and Anna here. John Cena, and Greg pulled it up in Mandarin, apologizing to the Chinese because he called Taiwan a country. This is what we're up against. This is all way overdue. I just thought complicating it with all these other countries involved and all the back and forth was not the best strategy. But it does appear that at least 50 to 70 of them are going to negotiate this and hopefully get them here, do it, and move on. But with China, this is not going to be an easy negotiation. I don't think anyone would tell you that it is. All right, so 855-839-1210. You get a line, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, Scott Jennings will be here tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And I just wanted to take your pulse. Are you a Scott Jennings fan? I couldn't be a bigger fan. He's actually revitalized a show on CNN. The Abby Phillips show is getting, for CNN particularly, pretty decent numbers. And I think the reason why is Scott Jennings takes on all comers and puts them away. I mean, people just want to see him push back when sometimes 3 or 4 people. He'll be here at 2 tomorrow. And, he's not the most vocal pro-Trump. He's pro-Trump, but he talks about just the derangement these people have when Trump obviously, throughout this, has done something here that has brought things to a head, that there's no doubt that's where we are. All right, I'll give you the side question, too, coming up. I really like this one today. It's coming off Elon Musk and what Jennings said about Musk. Just imagine this guy is a patriotic American, became a citizen, and the attacks on him are almost Trumpian. In some ways, they're even more. So we're going to be asking something interesting coming off that. Get your name into the hat. We have a great prize tomorrow at the end of the week on the side question. But 855-839-1210. That's how you get in here on the Dawn Stensland Show.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Dawn Stensland here. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts are going to guide you every step of the way from free in-home design consultation to top installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or a complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. KitchenMagic.com. 40% off the cost of installation. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
South Philly's annual Carnaval de Puebla, a celebration of Mexican culture, is off as organizers worry the event would be targeted by ICE. SEPTA will announce a 2026 budget plan today that cuts service dramatically and raises fares. And Cruiser Health System will stay open at least another day as parties try to come up with $9 million as soon as possible.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time. Dom Giordano sitting in for Dawn. 855-839-1210 will get you on board. So the King of Hair. I haven't noticed it. I'm looking at a picture here. It doesn't look like it had what we saw there in the center for a while. Maybe Mrs. Kim has been on vacation. Phil Murphy has now directed publicly, ordering the state police to stop working with immigration officials, as if they were going all out on this. I'm reading at Breitbart a sample of how these administrative warrant messages appear. All members must be aware they are not to be broadcast as NCIC hits, which would lead our members to believe they are required to arrest the subject. So this means if somebody escapes the clutches of ICE, and this has happened, I believe, in Colorado, and they're running through the parking lot or wherever, New Jersey police, even then, are not supposed to have anything to do with it. We're going to see. We're going to see when it comes to the general election for governor, whether nonsense like this still flies in Jersey. In other words, there's a lot of polling, a lot of gut instinct that indicates that New Jersey is tired of a lot of this. Now, it's still a blue state. We know all that. But Murphy is the one flying against where the arrow is pointing. You can tell that by how well Trump did the last time around in Jersey. So I'm not saying it might have a majority. It might be pretty close. But people have had enough of this invasion. And even in New Jersey, there are signs that this will be a big issue during the gubernatorial election, and the Democrats are on the losing side of it. But imagine now going down this level, pretty much as I read this, that you're not to help them in any way, shape, or form, no matter what. Almost like they're the enemy. They are the enemy to people like Phil Murphy. I mean, what does he have to lose? You can say, where is he going? I think he's probably going to run for president. I know that's shocking. We'll have a new hairdo and the whole thing. But as he ends his tenure, I'm happy that at least the wife didn't even get to the primary for Senate. All that money, all that juice, all that nonsense, they couldn't even get her through the primary or even to the primary. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, give you the side question today. At 11:30, we're going to talk with the author of a book. It's been out for a little bit about not just movies going to China from Hollywood, having to follow what the Communist Chinese Party says, but even Hollywood itself. And Richard Gere, I believe, really had no shot in Hollywood after befriending the Dalai Lama. That's the way it works. That's how ubiquitous the Red Chinese are. Every aspect of our life is under attack from them. So 855-839-1210. Jump in now.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dawn time with Dom Giordano sitting in. Then Dom time. Keep up on this at noon to 3 today with some great people. 11:30, we'll talk with the guy who wrote the book about the real red carpet, communist Chinese red carpet in Hollywood. We know about sports. We know about college campuses. It's, look, they're the enemy. They're the enemy of the world. So this is long overdue. Now, the markets today, for some reason, Fox is not showing them. I'm not sure why. So far, not pretty picture. And yesterday, was it, false hope that this is being accepted, but it's a good policy now. What's going on? Two-pronged, pushback on China, but at the same time, go down this path of these friendly nations, getting them signed up with reciprocal trade agreements. All right, let me give you the side question, and I'm sure everybody has one, or you can even Google, and you'll go, oh, that's the one. Elon Musk under fire, and it hit me the other night when Scott Jennings defended him as a patriotic American, someone who made a choice, became a citizen, the whole thing. And you see Democrats saying, let's deport him back to South Africa. So, side question today. Give us the all-time accomplished immigrant, you think, hopefully they became a citizen too, that would help, to the United States. All right, I'll take off the board Arnold Schwarzenegger, even though I'm not a fan. I mean, he is an immigrant success story. Irving Berlin, arguably nobody bigger in the history of songwriting. He's right there. And I got a couple of others that I'll take off, but we'll let some of them out there for now. 855-839-1210. So hit us with someone. Einstein, I have to take off. All right, there's a big one. That emigrated to the United States and maybe became a citizen, but were wildly successful. This is a nation of immigrants. And it's sad that the other side has so polluted that it almost takes it away from us. When we used to play Neil Diamond, Coming to America, Dan would slip it in on me and not even tell me he was going to do it. I get misty-eyed thinking about that. Yeah, but not what we're seeing now. So hit us with someone that you think is a great example, alive or dead, that made it to America, made their mark, doesn't have to be in America, across the board. Marco Rubio is doing a good job. I'm reading a story today about Rutgers and the number of people that have been bounced from their student visas And the reason Rubio's given is research on them, what they've been up to with anti-Semitism and the like in the protests that we've seen, pro-Hamas stuff. Get them out. Why would we want people like that here? Because if that's their sentiment toward America is not good. So hit us with someone, particularly if there was a moment when they said, thank God I made it to America. Thank God I made that choice. Thank God that was there for me to be involved in the greatest nation in the history of the world. Hit us with that all-time immigrant. Now, if they didn't become a citizen, I may have to deduct a few points here and there. All right, 855-839-1210. I think Fox should be showing us the market today. They have been. I don't know. I want to see what happens today. I was hoping today would put a stamp on it that things are calming down, and I'm not sure. Is it China? Do these people not want us to take on China? Is that why they're resistant? Are they still saying there's uncertainty out there? And we'll see if Scott Bessent is still the guy today. When he took over yesterday, and you saw him on all the interviews and everything else, that was a great moment. That told me that things were going to be much better. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. The Wall Street Journal says stocks retreat as uncertain trade outlook sinks in. Well, I think it's more certain now. We're seeing more of a degree of certitude, but we are going to be duking it out with China. The 125%, the 10% baseline tariffs are still in place, and yet the markets are reacting as they did 3 or 4 days ago. I haven't seen anybody give us exactly the reason why. The other thing that has to happen here is, and again, I blame the Senate for this. We got to get the Trump tax cuts through, deregulation. Of course, President Trump yesterday did something that he's longed to do, to take us back to common sense. What kind of maniacs wouldn't want Americans to have the ability to take a nice warm shower with a good flow, or a dishwasher that actually scalds dishes and gets them clean, or a toilet that has that poof when you flush it? Well, the other side, progressives, that's where this stuff comes from. Now, they're out there saying, I'll tell you what Trump said yesterday about his hair when he signed this, Jim. So President Trump yesterday, as he signed the executive order, and how widespread is this, that this has to happen? A little bit hard to tell, but it's going to make a pretty good impact, I think. Trump yesterday talked about he wanted to do this because of his beautiful hair, and you'd like to see that hair have sufficient water to continue to be beautiful. So this whole battle on things that seem to be small, that the other side doesn't get, is huge. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. No tax on Social Security. Things like the water, the shower flow. I mean, are we really expected to believe that the Democrat so-called elites wouldn't have a nice hot shower, wouldn't have water flow? I mean, look at AOC, lecturing everyone else. She goes off on the oligarchy tour, and what does she do? Flies first class. Shouldn't be allowed to fly first class. Do I think she's got a shower that's very low flow? She wouldn't be AOC without that. All right, so YouTube alert, we'll have that a little bit later on. The Seinfeld episode where they had low flow showers installed in their building. These are common sense things, but things that the other side has put into play that the average American resents. All right, let's take a couple callers. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210 Let's go to Kevin in media on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kevin, good afternoon. Good
Don,
morning.
how's it
I'm
going?
sorry. Yeah, good.
Listen, I got a great American for you. How about
Okay.
Bob Hope?
Where did Bob Hope emigrate from?
From Britain. He's British.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, he celebrated America second to none. The things that he put on, the traveling shows and all that for troops, that's as American as you can get.
Yeah, I love the guy. Still think he's hilarious.
I do too. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, put Bob Hope down, Jim. That's somebody in the running. Here, the American success story, got America, without a doubt. And this is what America's all about. That's why I'm intrigued with this one. The same thing with Elon Musk. This is what America's about. So we do support immigration. That strengthens us. That's at the heart. Now, I don't even support right now, though, a ton of legal immigration because what they've done so much on the other side to pollute, we have to straighten that out first. But as a broad principle, of course we do. Let's go to Mary Ann, Doylestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mary Ann, welcome in.
Hey, thanks, Tom. I just wanted to make a comment about what you were saying about, made in America. There is really almost nothing on the planet that we can't make here in the United States. And Walmart, Target, Amazon, they should be made to disclose, when you're shopping online or shopping in the store, a made in America section and a made somewhere else section, and let the consumers vote on that. The other thing is you and I go way back with, hold their feet to the fire and fair. And you're right, that legal immigration has been out of control. And it's, there's been a lot of businesses and H-1B visas that, companies and the labor brokers that have taken advantage of lack enforcement and lack oversight and really have brought in people that we could have had Americans in those high-tech jobs.
Yeah, if you remember, old Dinesh D'Souza had to shuffle off to Buffalo because of that, and rightfully so. Over the holidays, we talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Marianne. Thank you, Marianne. Thanks for calling in. 855-839-1210. You get on board at 11:30. We're going to talk with the author of the book, Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Battle for Cultural Supremacy. Eric Schwartzel wrote this a little while back, and I think it was right around the time or almost when suddenly Richard Gere disappeared. Why did he disappear from Hollywood? Could it be the Dalai Lama? So it's films going into China, but it's also China influencing how China is going to, there was at one point with Tom Cruise and others. Why am I blanking on the religion or alleged religion? You could satirize. You could attack the Catholic Church. You could attack any number of things.
Yeah, it was Scientology.
Scientology, though. But you're not attacking Scientology. I would even argue at one point, I think you could attack the Muslim faith in a film, have a bad guy in that way. But as a Scientologist, you weren't doing it. And the theory was, well, it's Cruise and a multitude of all these others that are Scientologists or friendly to it, and they control Hollywood. And it's amazing how far this goes. Well, I think Red China does it. I think the NBA, never ending, lecturing the rest of us about various rights. When China said, hey, Daryl Morey, shut up about free Hong Kong. What happened? They lectured us. Barkley, LeBron James, we got $1 billion here. Shut up. And I don't remember any Democrats saying, you know what, you shut up. You got to be kidding me here. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. So we have this morning a guy, and I think this is the usual undercover group. O'Keefe. James O'Keefe, media group. They have a guy. They go out with him, have a drink. You know the way it goes, the exposés that they do, indicating he was in charge of tweaking the language of DEI courses to bypass the DeSantis-backed ban and secure $7 million in taxpayer funding. So, you know, we're headed to the other side on this stuff, on DEI and the trans stuff. They haven't learned their lesson. They have to be bounced every single day with every single dollar. For example, the president has removed the security clearance of the University of Pennsylvania. I'm not sure what they had a clearance for, maybe some testing or whatever. As of now, none of them have a security clearance. But you're seeing here in Pennsylvania, them try to say, well, we're not doing DEI. And they just masqueraded with different language. Some of them skillfully, some of them not. That's what they're going to do, trying to run out the clock. So we have to make examples of some of the more egregious ones, take away every dollar that you can, and continue to ratchet that up. I'm particularly interested here in Pennsylvania. Now, they put out a directive telling school districts, don't worry about this DEI stuff. What does that mean? How would you tweak it to still have DEI and pass muster? And that's what DeSantis. Now, whether the claim is true or not, this is an indicator of what they're up to and what they're going to try to do. The trans stuff, they're just blatantly saying, no, we're going to continue to do this. And Jim, here's a perfect example last night. Now, this is just how sensitive this gets. Can you imagine if anybody else were there? Instead of Anderson Cooper, this is, and we'll have it a little bit later on YouTube. This is cut 16. Listen to Anderson Cooper with Bernie Sanders last night. He introduces a woman and says she is a Democrat. I don't know if he says activist or strategist or something, with a question for you, and he gets corrected because he called her she. Here's how it sounded. 16. Anderson, are you there? Oh, okay. All right, so we'll have to fix that. Anyhow, the woman chastised him on pronouns that she doesn't go by that type of stuff. You can't call her she. And Anderson Cooper, oh, okay. Oh. This is how continuous, even with, he's a bigot. Anderson Cooper, who knew? Why would Anderson Cooper embarrass everyone by doing that? Well, he did it. He didn't get the memo. What should the penalty be for Anderson Cooper? I saw it first. Riley Gaines had it up saying the same thing. In what universe is Anderson Cooper not a bigot? Shouldn't this be something that we ought to be taking a look at? Okay. All right, so here's cut 16. Here's Anderson Cooper using the wrong pronoun.
Paul, we're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Wait
a minute. What do you say to a woman like this? You got to stop and say, I don't care what pronouns. You know, do you want to talk here on CNN? Hold it for a minute, Jim. Let's replay it again. Listen to this as it goes through to say she's a Democrat, strategist, a civil rights attorney. The pronouns can't continue here. All right, here's how it sounded.
Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party. But of course,
well, lady, you might be one of the reasons why they're turning away. I can just imagine. Oh. Was that an apology, Anderson? What should Anderson have to do as punishment for committing that sort of faux pas?
Can you imagine her doing that on this show?
Oh, yeah.
We would be off to the races. You would just be, they would have to hold you in restraints.
I remember Maxine Waters and I went at it because I just called her not Congresswoman in one exchange. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. We've already done it a dozen times here. And she hung up and was screaming and all. So the pronoun thing, my God. I mean, she's a Democrat civil rights attorney. And the question, why are they losing these men? Well, could it be, for years we've said this, Trump just got them to come out and vote. They've already lost men, young men particularly. The kick was this time, Trump got them by and large to show up and vote. They've already lost men. Straight white males, what does the Democrat Party have for you? You're the problem. You're toxic. That's been around for 20 or 25 years. They've lost that. The thing that happened now, though, is these men showed up and vote in increasing numbers. Not enough yet, but somewhat increasing numbers. And that's why it's a story. All right, let's go to John here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'll offer up the name for an American immigrant success story of Henry Kissinger.
Well, I would say it's kind of mixed. I got what you're saying. He rose to the ultimate levels, but yeah, certainly an immigrant, John. I'll put you down for that. That's what we're looking for today. Somebody, either they or their parents made a choice to come here. The magic of the immigrant story. Just think, I have a list of my top 10 that are the most accomplished / famous, at least. But you tell us why you're choosing this one when you heard that story, and particularly if they're proud of that and they publicly let people know that that's the case. Schwarzenegger has gone off the deep end. I mean, no more with that we. But he is a pretty famous immigrant story. Looking at the Trump approval numbers now, this is not this morning. This is a day or two ago, in the middle of all this, and they're still in the mid-40s in most polling, and the Real Clear Politics average was. Now, will that change? Well, there's a lot riding on what we're talking about here. The markets are not accepting it again today. Not sure why. I don't quite get it yesterday, but maybe it's the infrastructure. The markets went wild accepting this yesterday, and now today they're going semi-wild against it. So was this pump and dump? People buying this stuff up, get it up to a higher price at yesterday and then sell it? Is that the deal here? Because it's faded here rather quickly. All right, coming up, great book. We may have had this guy on before. Henry's gotten, the author is Eric Schwartzel. The book, Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Battle for Cultural Supremacy. And this book details how far does this go into Hollywood? Fear of the communist Chinese. Not just, you want to get your film in front of their audience, 1 billion people, but in this country. And Richard Gere was the one that was often cited because Richard Gere was as hot as you can in Hollywood. Then he befriended, supported the Dalai Lama. And you know the story there with the Chinese in Tibet. And once that happened, you're not seeing Richard Gere in anything that I can remember recently. An Officer and a Gentleman. Is that the number one Gere film? I'd have to think, is there something bigger than that? Pretty Woman? Well, it's Roberts. It's not him in that. But those are a couple. I mean, he was the major rom-coms of one sort or another. Suddenly he's out. This is how far it goes. And this is a ferocious battle. There is no doubt. But why Wall Street is turning this way at this point, it is happening. So we have to see by the end of the day, does it turn around a little bit yesterday? That was a magical moment, though, around 1 o'clock yesterday when President Trump said, all right, we got these deals cooking. We're going to go after China now. And the market went wild. Why today? We'll have to see a little bit. I can give you, the Canadian Prime Minister pledged to negotiate new economic and security relationship. That's good. We're seeing movement here. And if it's one-on-one with the Chinese, I think America supports that, without a doubt. All right, grab a line, 855-839-1210.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
A slow-moving storm system moves into the Delaware Valley today, bringing more clouds and the chance for a late-day shower. High around 55. For tonight, cloudy skies with showers at times with a low near 40. And for Friday, rain at times through the day. It'll be chilly with a high only near 50.
With Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, craft the order you want. With options at $2, $4, and $6, pick one or try them all. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, Dom time, 855-839-1210. You get in. One of my favorite recent books, and we may have had him on at some point when it came out, Eric Schwartzel, the author of Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Battle for Cultural Supremacy. Eric joins us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Eric, thank you. Thanks for the book, and thanks for coming on today.
Well, thank you for your kind blurb there. I appreciate it. Happy to be here.
Well, we talked a lot about it when your book first came out. I seized at that point, and it's a little foggy if he's in your book, on Richard Gere, and when he befriended the Dalai Lama, and then suddenly Richard Gere, who was in the top 3, at least on the male side, is out.
That's right. Yeah, no, his career really took a nosedive whenever studios in Hollywood realized that casting him in their movies was such a liability, because any Richard Gere movie is never going to play in Chinese theaters. And so when the market became a real consideration, he became radioactive.
So, Eric, what are some of the films you think that are pretty different, say the American version versus what they may have done for China?
Well, it's changes large and small. Every American movie that is sent over to China. Now, of course, we're talking here, I think, a few hours after we've just learned that it looks like a lot of American movies might be banned outright as a result of this brewing trade war here. But I think when, let's say in quote unquote normal times, an American movie that is sent over to China is often screened, or has to be screened, by Communist Party censors who watch it for things large and small. So they might take out what they consider excessive violence. Certainly sex scenes are a no-go. Depictions of drug use are also red flags. But there are also oftentimes changes made that you wouldn't think about. So, one example I always bring up is in one of the Men in Black movies, the secret agents in that film have a device that they use to wipe the memory.
Yes, neuralizer. Yes,
exactly right. It wipes the memory of people who see an alien, so that they never have to, explain what the aliens are. And when this was shown to the CCP censors, they interpreted it a different way, and they saw it as a kind of tool they wouldn't want their people to know about, because as you know, the CCP has very strong feelings about what history is remembered, how history is remembered. And so things like that can kind of take on a symbolic tint that Americans would never think about.
And you know, Eric, talking to you and knowing about the book, I've seen not this week, but maybe a month or so ago, various documentaries of some of the great Hollywood directors. You know, the big four or so, particularly during World War II, the patriotism. They went all out. Some of them put themselves in harm's way, and I would like to believe they would not stand for this type of threat. But it is 1 billion people. So people you talk with, how do they rationalize this? To go along with what you've said here, you know, the neuralizer, and they don't want people seeing that. How do they rationalize that?
It's a great question, and I'm glad you brought up the World War II history there, because there have been amazing books and documentaries about the Frank Capra's of the world, the George Stevenses, who really kind of enlisted in the war effort, sometimes literally serving, and sometimes by making films to train soldiers, or also just kind of spread the American spirit around the world and exercise what we started to refer to around that time as soft power. And I think that era has really been kind of locked into the American psyche for a long time. And it has trained Americans to think of Hollywood as doing America's bidding, and being a kind of outlet of our patriotism and of our power around the world. But I think if you talk to executives, not just in Hollywood, but in other major businesses, I think they would say it doesn't really speak to the market and the expectations that they're under right now. I mean, these studios are making global products, and they need to account for a global marketplace for their shareholders, for audiences. I think a lot would say, you know, is it entirely fair to the average Chinese moviegoer that we not show them our films because we have an issue with their government? So I think they would say it's a market reality, and that dealing with any of these countries is going to bring with it kind of cultural sensitivities and processes that they have to answer to.
So part of the title of your book is The Battle for Cultural Supremacy. So Hollywood is one of our biggest forces. I mean, they're skillful. They're big productions, all that. What do they have to battle for cultural supremacy?
In China, you mean?
Yeah, the Chinese side of that.
Oh,
yes.
in China. Oh, it's a great question. I mean, I think what we saw over, now about 25 years or so, is a real coordinated effort to build China's a film industry of China's own. And because for a long time, the film industry in China was really an arm of the state. I mean, the only thing you could see made in China was usually like very dry propaganda movies that, you know, students and state employees would have to suffer through. And as they were introduced to more and more American films, starting in the mid-90s, they started to say, let's do this ourselves. And so studios were built. In many cases, they brought over American directors, screenwriters, actors to basically teach them and show them how it was done. And we have had, actually, even before the trade war we're in now, we've seen some real signature moments in that effort. There was a movie that came out earlier this year called Neza 2, and I'd be impressed if more than a few listeners have even heard of it. It's a Chinese animated film. It's about a character who's very popular in Chinese folklore named Neza, and this sequel, this animated film, grossed more than $2 billion at the box office earlier this year, and it was entire. I mean, I would say maybe 98% of that total was grossed in China. So there's a reason why most Americans have never heard of it.
Right.
But it really was a sign that China sees their industry as something of a closed loop that no longer really needs American product. I mean, if they can have one movie gross $2 billion, which I think, you know, I mean, I don't have it off the top of my head, but only a handful of films in history have done that, and they've all been American. They've been like the avatars of the world. I think they are probably looking at that and saying, well, thank you very much, but we're good on our own here.
Wow, I didn't even know that, Eric. I mean, I haven't not seen that all over the place. So is the book out in paperback now?
It's not. No, it's still in hardcover actually, and it's had, it's funny. You put a book, you work on a book, and then it takes forever for it to come out, and you don't know what changes are going to have happened in the world by the time it comes out, and then you have no idea what changes will happen 2-3 years after it comes out. So it's really been. I feel like I'm on a sequel tour at this point because this story's just been evolving and continues to evolve, and the movies are always going to be a really, I think, kind of effective place for both countries to exercise their influence, but also I think for a lot of Americans to understand the dynamics at play here.
I would assume Red Dawn has never appeared in Chinese theaters?
Not yet, but life is long.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, thank you so much. We'll stay in touch because this story still has legs, as you said. Congrats on the book. And again, it's a great look. It's very entertaining and interesting, things that I didn't know anything about. So, Eric, thanks for visiting again today.
My pleasure. I appreciate it. Eric
Schwartzel here on Talk Radio 1210. Red Carpet, Hollywood, China, and the Battle for Cultural Supremacy. 855-839-1210. So, what I told you, when you look at the enemy, the other side, it's not just the big things. There are armies, Tiananmen Square, the COVID. I bet not too many COVID films will be shown in China. It's the minutia that they go after. And this is just an example. They're going after, and Hollywood's willing to capitulate. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to you. Hit us with that all-time immigrant to the United States in honor of Scott Jennings, who'll be on the show tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Jennings this week talking about Elon Musk as a prime example of this. Somebody made a choice, became a citizen, etc. And there are a ton of them out there that are the type of people that truly do help this country. But conflating that with being invaded by people who are coming here with little or no skills or anything else, and sometimes criminal behavior on top of it, it's not the same thing. Not at all. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the pianos cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin. We did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Now's the time to start. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Support the Bishop Eustace Cross Country and Track and Field Team. Come to Joe Conklin's Comedy Show with Chris Morris and True TV's Brendan Donegan on Friday, April 11th at the Bishop Eustace Fieldhouse. For info and tickets, go to eustace.org. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it's Dom sitting in for Dawn. The Republicans have passed the budget in the House, and I salute them for this. President Trump trying to pressure that. The big, beautiful bill. I'll get into it more in the noon to 3 show. And once again, the problem is these rhinos in the Senate who will not cut enough. And the Speaker reassuring people they're not going to be cutting Medicaid, although I think they should. And I think he means excessively. I think he means we're going to go after people that should not be getting Medicaid, that should be working. That's the bottom line here. Jeff Van Drew on the show yesterday made that point. There's a Trump cabinet meeting. This is a big win to get this moving. Now, syncing this up with the Senate, though, they don't want to cut. That's part of the issue. I don't know how they feel about the tax cuts either. The usual rhino crowd in the Senate, Murkowski, McConnell, the Warbler from Maine, Collins, and maybe 3 or 4 others. We'll see what they do. But this is a big step forward to something that would really be good for the average American and the economy overall and all that. It is a big moment here. Side question, too. People want to come to America still today, but the legal way. The era of great immigration and people that helped America, moved America forward. Give us your all-time immigrant. This coming off Elon Musk, who certainly, as far as accomplishment, has to be in the top 10. That's what we're looking for. Somebody that pops in this situation. All right, let's go to Dave in Oak Lynn. And Dave, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Dom. I say Mother Cabrini.
Mother Cabrini, yes.
Yeah, Cabrini.
Why that? Where was she from, do you know?
She got sent over here by Pope Leo XIII to help the Italian poor in New York City. She founded orphanages, schools, missionaries, hospitals. She became a citizen in '09, and she became a saint in, I think, '46. She did pretty good, charitable work for the Italian people and the American people.
Oh, without a doubt. That's a big name in that. So, yeah, Mother Cabrini, certainly. That's the type of stuff we're looking for. Somebody that carried with them something special, and particularly if they talked about being an immigrant, what that meant to them. I mean, I've had people on at various times when they were being sworn in as citizens, that whole thing. That is a magical moment, too, when people make the choice to go through this. Versus people that just going to come into the country and it's just a job thing. The language doesn't matter. Nothing matters. The cultural traditions. So it is a good time to celebrate, though, those that do it right. And Musk is an example of that. 855-839-1210. That will get you a line. And coming up, I just saw that the Trump administration is rumored to put a much more massive tax on the endowments of colleges. Thank God, finally. Wait till you hear some of the numbers. You might know some of them, but how many of them have $10 billion or more as an endowment? And we're going to be lectured by these fat cats on college campuses. I think, I got to get the exact figure. Harvard, I think, is close to $50 billion. Imagine sitting on that, then lecturing us about income inequality and everything else. Why should that money be outside the purview of the taxes that you and I have to pay? So apparently the Trump administration wants to really up those taxes. Right now, the critical thing on them is that, let's see, Princeton is one mention here, $34.1 billion for Princeton. The current threshold, you have to have at least 500 tuition-paying students and an endowment that is larger than $500,000 per student. Public colleges are exempt. So that means that it's quite a bit of money before you get into this. Locally, the University of Pennsylvania, Swarthmore, Bryn Mawr, and Princeton pay the 1.4% excise tax. I think that's too low. They want to lecture about all these things. They want to always talk about taxation, how wonderful it is. Okay, you should be paying more. What do you need that type of endowment for? What do you use it for? Why is it you say one thing and then continue down this path? But the big breaking story is Republicans get the budget hurdle going. I mean, this all plays in to the tax cuts, deregulation, whole bunch of things. They get that going, and now we see this line up with the Senate. Can the Senate now work with them to do this and do the right thing? What the president's agenda was, what he was elected on? Well, in the Senate, you have the usual rhino forces, and that's where the difficulty's going to come from. If this gets done, then we are going to see things move forward on the international front also. Big stuff today, too, on sanctuary cities from the president to the House going after that. All right. The markets, though, I'm going to tell you honestly, doesn't look good again. And kind of surprising after yesterday, that moment, had to be like, 106, 110, something. Henry and I both looking at each, what the heck happened here? To see the uptick. It's either the second or third best market since World War II. And it only started yesterday around 1 o'clock. It was only a 3-hour market to see all that going on. All right, Joe in Delaware's next. He's with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have?
Hey, good afternoon. It's actually Phil from Delaware. But
okay,
close.
Phil. Okay.
Two things. One, first, my choice is the physicist Robert Oppenheimer.
Yes. Yeah. Oppenheimer put together what was a big operation. I read a lot about it. And, of course, the film, to put all those scientists together to do this Not easy. And he was a brilliant scientist himself.
Yep, and to stop wars and to basically project the world as we know it today is pretty magical in itself. So that's my pick for that. But I had a question. Have you heard anything about the Gaza and the release of the hostages live dead?
You mean today or something, some update?
Yeah, update.
No, I haven't heard anything. I'll look, Joe. Haven't seen anything on that. The Russians released a ballerina that was unlawfully held today. That happened this morning.
Yeah, isn't that incredible that the one guy was held for 5 or 6 years and the basketball player was released like within a year, year and a half?
Yeah, we know what the difference in the basketball player is somebody who violated their drug laws. So, yeah. We know what it's about. We know it's about. It's celebrity, particular racial celebrity, over more deserving people who did not get released.
Yep. So if you would, when you get a chance,
okay, I will,
find out
Joe.
what's happening
All right,
with
Joe.
Gaza
Sure.
and the
Yeah, I will,
hostages.
Joe. Thank you.
Have
Thank
a great day, and it's
Thank you.
Phil. Bye.
Sorry, Phil. Oppenheimer. Okay. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Greg Jarrett here, attorney Greg Jarrett from Fox. We'll talk with him about a number of things, including Amy Coney Barrett. And at 2 o'clock, 2:30, really looking forward to talking with Stacey Garrity, the treasurer, Secretary of Treasury of Pennsylvania, rumored to be the number one candidate based on recent polling on the Republican side to run for governor. And she's got a lot to say, I thought, today about how does this affect us here? What's her look? What would she do as governor given the tariffing and everything else that's going on? All that unfolds. And we have a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Phillies versus the San Fran Giants Thursday, April 27th for Money Melody. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
The working families of Laona Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, now it's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Got an all-time great, I think, side question today. Coming off Elon Musk, Scott Jennings will be on the show tomorrow at 2. Talking about the attacks on Musk, patriotic American making decision to come here, bring all that he brings with it. So we're looking for somebody accomplished who emigrated to the United States and hopefully became a citizen. You get in on that? Is the answer after the end of whatever else you're calling in for. So Pennsylvania officials now say they complied with a directive from President Trump to certify that its schools conform with anti-discrimination laws, but told districts they don't need to change any diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. The Department of Education instructed states that certain DEI practices violate federal laws, threaten to pull federal funding, or racially discriminatory. Now, the Pennsylvania Department of Education says it did not identify those practices or define illegal DEI. Well, we're going to see about this. So now we're still seeing, you know what's going on here. They are still basically saying, we don't care that you won. We don't care the executive order. We're going to run out the clock. We're going to battle every step of the way on this nonsense. I'd take away the federal funding now. All right, you want to say you haven't outlawed DEI practices? That's it. You're not getting federal funding. The equity part of it right away, as long as you go down by the pure meaning of the word, you're out of bounds. So what kind of DEI practices are they doing that are suddenly, and they do a lot of them, not illegal, not what we're talking about? Maybe make them give us a list of all the DEI practices that are going on. But this is the tactic that we're going to see play out here. Well, you're going to have to root through every single thing. And if you need more people at the Department of Education to do that, to be on this, let's do it. To root through this stuff, to find exactly what they're doing. Now, that's a lot of school districts. That's a lot of places. But that's what has to be done to bring this under tow. I mentioned the Republicans now have passed the budget in the House, and this is all part of the giant, big, beautiful bill. So that's a good thing. Now it goes over to the Senate and having to get together on it. And the Senate is where the problem is. They do not want to cut the amounts that the House has cut. That's what the bottom line is. That's where we are. So they'll go back and forth on this. It'll drone on. Now's the time to strike on this. It helps everything. And this is exactly what Trump was elected on. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and I'm coming to you. Today's side question is an easy one, and that is, hit us with that all-time immigrant. All right, I'm seeing some good ones up here. Based upon their accomplishment, they decided to come to this country. What did they contribute? The president yesterday also signed an executive order about water flow. Now, this gets mocked, and a YouTube alert in a moment will show you one of the funnier ones toward the later years from Seinfeld of what happened when Jerry Kramer and Newman were in a building with a low-flow shower. The other side doesn't get it. How many times do we have to say people want to cook with a certain sort of range? People don't want to hear your climate hysteria on this. People want to be able to have water when they take a shower. People want dishwasher liquid to scald those dishes to be exactly clean. People don't want your low-flow toilets. And Trump signs the order yesterday, and now we're off to the races again with all this. This is government meddling in our lives. You know, the principle, the all-time in talk radio that I can remember on this, how many times together, maybe even back to WWDB, have we been together doing shows and talking about the light bulb, talking about how people like that light, they don't want some of the other stuff, and they hoard them. And I'm wondering if you still have any left. If you do that, you're afraid of another product, and you're told, well, what's the matter with you? Don't you care about the environment? Don't you want to be cost effective? Don't you want to have better lighting? And you say, no, count me out. I want this kind of light bulb. How often do we go down this path? That's the all-timer, though. And that went on for X number of years. But the toilet stuff, the various things with ranges, I'm trying to think of another one here. And it's like, it's mind-boggling to keep your mind on this stuff and to be able to say, no, you're not going to butt in. You're not going to do that on this. We don't want to do that. We're Americans. Stay out of our personal freedoms, like a hot shower. And as I said, Trump is sensitive to that. So do we have that, Henry? YouTube alert? Okay, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. As I said, I think this was pretty much later years of Seinfeld. It couldn't have been as much as year 6 or 7. And I remember I think it was the Yugoslavians or the Serbs were fanatical about showers. Imagine, do you have a low-flow shower? Have you ever had anything like that? Try to do your hair prime with me. I need that shower water. All right, here's how it sounded.
Hey, the super's in my bathroom changing my shower head. Have they changed your shower head?
No, he's doing mine next. They're low flow, you know.
Low flow? Well, I don't like the sound of that. Jerry! Jerry! You too, huh? Yeah. These showers are horrible. There's no pressure. I can't get the shampoo out of my hair.
Me either.
If I don't have a good shower, I am not myself. I feel weak and ineffectual. I'm not Kramer.
You, what about me? I got the Tonight Show tonight. I'm gonna have to shower in the dressing room.
Oh.
Where you going?
Well, I gotta find another shower.
They got you too? This is awful. I'm not Newman.
All right, that's season 7, episode 16, The Shower Head. And again, these things all add up. Which side are you on? Do you want, as an American, these things? I'm not going to, start hollering freedoms. But any number of things that they want to butt in on, they want to tell you this is better, this is what you like. And the biggest one I remember was the light bulb that started it. That's where it started. That became the center of people. Routinely, people would call and say they had 500 of these. They were storing them up forever. You're not going to take away their light bulbs. But the low-flow shower and all these other things, yesterday, Trump signing that into play. We'll see what various municipalities do or where they go with this. And their argument is, no, you have no right. We're protecting the environment or something else. You don't have a right to that personal freedom. The first that I remember, I think it was the Marriott. This is years ago, saying, the shower's going to go off after 5 minutes. That's what you get. That's it. Anything else is excessive. But at least that's a business telling you that. You can make your own decision. But the government in this stuff, it's ludicrous. Be it heart attack on the plate stuff when they engage in that. And often it's not based on science. It's based on their own antagonism towards something. The car is the biggest that they're antagonistic of. And you can see how the car has gone downhill, that future generations are not, generations right now. You have some young people not enamored of a car. What's the big deal? I may not even have a car, ever think about getting a car. I can't understand that, but it happens. All right, let's go to John in Cheltenham on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Dom?
Good,
Great
John.
show, as usual.
Thank you, John.
You guys were spot on, and kudos to the Congress for passing the legislation. Hopefully the Senate gets their heads turned right on so that they pass it in due course as well. And then hopefully they pass the Trump tax cuts as well down the road. So I wanted to also let you know Levi Strauss is the guy that I think was an American that. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, John. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Levi Strauss in 1853 in the New York City court denounced his Bavarian citizenship, became a U.S. citizen, and then before in 1873 when he started making the infamous Levi Strauss jeans, he was making tents before that. And today they're a $6.4 billion corporation, employ 18,700 employees. Their presence in 120 different countries. And for over 100 some odd years, they made a majority of their jeans right here in the U.S. in North Carolina. And unfortunately, they went offshore in the last couple of recent years, but they still have a presence in 3,200 brand stores around the country.
That's great stuff, John. Levi Strauss, that's exactly what I was looking for. Yes, that's a real good immigrant story. Excellent. 855-839-1210, that's what you can hit us with. Somebody who emigrated to America and either made it here or coming to America, either way, and enriched us by immigrating here, maybe becoming a citizen too. Boy, wait a minute. I'm trying to keep the math up on here. Fox is reporting China's tariff is up to 145%. Why did I think it was 125 yesterday? Is that a miscue?
I think it was 125 yesterday.
Yeah. So
and they're just going to keep going. Why not?
Yeah. Well, 145 now. We're getting into silly numbers now. What is it we're going to be afraid of coming in? Well, all the cheap stuff from China is going to go up noticeably, will not be so cheap. That must have just, Trump, a day is young. It could be 1,000,000% by the end of the day. Who knows? But the market's not good again. Haven't seen any other explanation other than Wall Street Journal and others saying this is all just still uncertainty. All right, 855-839-1210. Love to hear from you. Don't forget, we're going to talk today with Greg Jarrett, Fox News Channel attorney extraordinaire, and Stacey Garrity, who is the odds-on favorite to be the Republican nominee. She's the Treasury Secretary in Pennsylvania, though. She's a supporter of the president's policies. Let's see what she brings to it as far as Pennsylvania. How would that play out here? What is she doing as Treasury Secretary, given the uncertainty that's going on here? It all unfolds, and big Phillies tickets for the Money Melody today. Yeah, you get those tickets if you're the winner. 213 or so on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, You've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer. It doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in. No truth to the rumor around. And they have him signing at a desk. But come on, it's fake on Twitter. But I wanted to check it out. Maybe it's too good to be true. President Trump did not sign an executive order today or yesterday that would ban men of a certain age from wearing skinny jeans. That's just a rumor. Not true. We've been able to verify it. Now, doing that should be an executive order. The skinny jean thing, I've never quite, it's uncomfortable, to put it mildly. And I've never actually seen a guy in a Speedo down the shore. So, no, Trump did not ban that. The current executive order is the water flow one, and that drives the other side crazy again for some reason. These are the things the average American wants done, without a doubt. Now, we're going to see the commentary. If the market today ends up where it is now, then this is going to be a pretty tough situation, as this continues after that huge ray of hope yesterday. I'm hoping that we see by the weekend an agreement or two here with some of the major players, Japan, South Korea, and the like. And then maybe we'll be reassured that a lot of this is falling into place. But again, this is no different than yesterday, and the stock markets are going wild again. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We heard from the guy who wrote the book about Red China film, and he actually told us today, the Richard Gere we talked about, the Chinese put out a film recently just in China that did $2 billion in U.S. money. $2 billion. So this is just an existential battle. But they're not going to roll over easily. They have a lot to lose, though. There's a lot of dissent, and people are not working in China, too. Things could go south. They could have pressure. You know, it appears unlikely that you could throw off the Communist Chinese Party. It's too many people, too entrenched, apparently, to be able to do that. But they worry about it. Remember Michael Bloomberg saying they have to answer to their people, too? Not sure how much. Great stuff with Gordon Chang yesterday about setting what the stakes are and where we are with China. So is Wall Street objecting to pushing back on China? Or are they just uncertain because we don't have these trade deals with these other countries set up? A little bit hard to tell. Not going to panic. We still have hours left before the markets is done for the day to see where this turns out. And yesterday, at around this point in the show, roughly, we saw this headline on Fox, and we're looking at the market. What the heck happened here? Suddenly, it jumped by 8 to 10%. But this is, now Democrats are getting crazy, thinking this is going to carry on into the midterms. This is going to harm in the midterms. Don't see that happening at all. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, you're next in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. My side question answer is the guy who raised propulsion and aviation and expediency to a whole new level. He defected here from Germany. He was Hitler's propulsion expert. He gave Hitler the first jet engine, but he put us into the space race. And I'd like to think he got us on the moon too. And that was Werner von Braun.
Yeah, he was a big guy back in the day that when you only had 3 TV channels, they would feature all the time on anything scientific. And he's got the name that sounds like that. Yeah.
And Dom, I don't know how he defected here, you know, whether he was forced to defect here or not. But he really upped the ante on how we get around the globe these days.
Yeah, without a doubt. And while we're at it, who is the worst? And when you mention how they got here, Ilhan Omar would be my candidate as the worst immigrant to the United States.
I'd like to think some of these Cuban pitchers who come across on rafts. What do you think of that?
That's pretty good, too. Thank you, Joe. By the way, there's a Duke player in the news, and it's going to be interesting to see. It's a center. I forget his name. That
Cayman Malawash.
Okay. I think he's close to 7 feet.
7'2".
7'2". Okay. And Rubio and all, and to be consistent, apparently we're not taking in people or allowing them to stay here with the sedan for obvious terroristic threat reasons, etc. It will be interesting if he's allowed to stay here in any way, shape, or form. I assume he'd be going to the NBA. I'm not fully aware
He'll
of that.
He'll probably be the first center off the board.
Okay.
Maybe second.
Yeah. Well, I'd be careful about that picking because consistently not supposed to be here, given the worriment about this country. Now, will people say, come on, take a look at this now? Whichever way they go, if they do kick him out, if they allow him to stay here, why him? Why are they removing these others? And the answer is the ones they're removing are the ones that are anti-Semitic, supporting Hamas, etc. This guy hasn't done anything like that. There's no history of it. It's just, unfortunately, he's from a country that's out of bounds currently. It's playing out, but we'll see what they do. Okay. I mentioned this, the types of things that Trump did with water. Baltimore now, you can't write this stuff up. Baltimore, it's not just the wire in my head. Baltimore, if you're downtown, it seems relatively safe. Maybe I don't know Baltimore that much, but it is still high crime. It's been some of the most high crime neighborhoods in the country. But the Baltimore City Council has a bill in front of them that looks like it will pass that would put menstrual products in all men's public restrooms. Baltimore Councilman Paris Gray sponsored the bill and introduced it at the City Council's monthly meeting, saying it reflects the city's desire for menstrual equity. There's the word again. There's the magic word that came down. Menstrual equity now. And that means it has to be the same all over the place. Why would you not have that in the so-called men's, I say so-called because, who knows what the criteria is, in men's bathrooms. Waltz did this in Tampon Tim. That's where it came from, in Minnesota. So now Baltimore, with all the things involved, let's put men's menstrual products in women's menstrual products in men's bathrooms. Just another day of the type of nonsense that goes on. Meanwhile, Trump's over there saying, I know what people want. They want a hot shower. They want dishes scalded. They want the type of light bulb they want. They want this, that, and the other. That makes them feel good about it. It's a personal choice. At least in the years that I have, I'm going to make that the case. How could you object to it? So now we're going to micromanage how long your shower, the heat of your shower. We got a shower, a thing done from Martin Water. Martin Water is not just the Connecticut system, the drinking water in the kitchen. Our guy came out, Roe was right. I mean, the shower we had was adequate to flow for years. This, oh my God. Not quite the Serbian showers in Seinfeld or Yugoslavian, whatever it was, circus showers. But it hits you and just at the right heat. So you mean to say, we don't think you ought to be able to do that, Dom? We don't think Martin should be able to do that. Not good. Now, people want this service. It's unique. You ought to consider it if you're having that problem. And we have been really happy since they've done that, particularly Roe with this. And it's just a little device and a connection that takes that flow and makes it so much better. I'm not sure if Philadelphia has more of a low flow or not. I wouldn't be surprised. But this is, and we're not in a speakeasy. It's not bootleg. Nothing illegal here. It's just we wanted more shower pressure. I'm sure at the White House when Joe Biden was there, they had adequate shower pressure. Don't you think? Or did they not? The other day, AOC going off to talk about oligarchs. She's flying first class. Don't you know you're going to be filmed doing that? Don't you know that's a horrible look? It undercuts what you say that you're about. They don't care because they're going to be covered up by their side. By the way, we played you earlier last night with Bernie Sanders, and this is, this is a YouTube alert, cut 16. For some reason, CNN had a town hall last night with Bernie Sanders, who has roused the party, according to them. And there's a Democrat civil rights attorney that they go to ask a question of Sanders. And the woman corrects Anderson Cooper, who, after all, is gay. You can't be correcting him on this. That he used the wrong pronoun, or he used a pronoun in general. Here's how it sounded.
Paul, we're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They, them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial...
Yeah, lady, I don't need the polling data. You start with the pronouns right here. I'm actually here. We shouldn't continue. I'm not continuing this line of thing until you go back and say they, them, or you don't use any pronouns at all. Which one is it?
I think the best part of that clip, too, is when it just cuts to Bernie Sanders' face, and he's got this, long look in his face, like, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let it go. Is it any wonder why they have difficulty with men? Straight white males, particularly. I think black males now, too, certain age groups. The trans thing. People are not going to go for that. They're saying, which party's doing that? I want to vote against them. And Trump skillfully, look, I don't like some of these guys. I'd have to go through with each one of them. They are kind of toxic, the bro people that have the podcasts and all. I mean, some of the stuff they do, some of the stuff they say, certainly they have a right to do it and all that, but it's toxic. But Trump hit that tour, and these young men were always there. They were not part of the Democrat Party anymore, but they weren't voting. This time around, sizable numbers of them, there was an increase, and that was part of the secret sauce that put Trump over the top. That and Latino voters, particularly in places like Philadelphia, Reading, and all that. But these men were always there. They didn't have any power, though. They didn't resonate because they didn't vote. Well, this time they did in better numbers, and as a result, you see who the president is. That is going to be the single hardest problem for Democrats, particularly younger men. What is it they could possibly use to appeal to them? There's nothing that I can see that would do that. There's no program. There's nothing that is going to magically do this. And this pronouns thing is an example. Who wants this woman saying to oh, stop it already. You want to put it on the bottom of your email or something? Okay. We got to be reminded, though, Anderson. And Anderson Cooper could have said, hey, can we continue? Oh, man. So Anderson Cooper, is he a bigot? Now, just think about that. Riley Gaines had that up, making the point, well, wait a minute, Anderson, didn't you get the memo? Even though she looks like a woman, you don't know if she is a woman, and or she might not go in any of those pronouns. And the theory of any number of these pronouns just shows you the silliness, the craziness of this. There's not even an internal logic. You would need to study this like the Rosetta Stone for years to figure it out. And then you wonder why people are rejecting you. You're on the other side of forceful hot showers. Trump is signing it into law. You're on the other side of women or girls having to compete against males in their sport. You're not going to win on this. So as infuriating as it is, what Republicans have to do, though, is they have to make them pay the price for this. They can't let them run out the clock on it, dodge it, go undercover. They have to expose it and penalize them. Just like big college. Every one of these that have these endowments of $20 billion, $30 billion, they ought to be paying much more than 1.14% of an excise tax. Put something on them like we put it on foreign countries. These colleges are every bit as antagonistic. Are American colleges, at least some of them, as antagonistic as the communist Chinese? Even I can't say that, but they're coming closer. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Let's talk first, though, about springtime is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus, RES-Q Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lift muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promote smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue, RES-Q Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use that code RELIEF to double up your order for free, RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action. Less pain, more comfort. Use that code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving storm system moves into the Delaware Valley today, bringing more clouds and the chance for a late-day shower. High around 55. For tonight, cloudy skies with showers at times with a low near 40. And for Friday, rain at times through the day. It'll be chilly with a high only near 50.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show as we roll on. Don't forget Phillies tickets, 2:13 today. Dom's Money Melody. All right, so during that break, after they passed the budget today in the House, which is a big movement forward on the Trump agenda, they also passed that you have to prove citizenship to be able to vote. And Democrats immediately said that Republicans just want to suppress voters and voting. And I've been still receiving an incredible amount of emails of all kinds of things or social media, people making the point they'd like to comply with the Real ID, but they're tired of this whole thing. You know, as we just said here, Republicans trying to shore this up so that we don't have people voting who are cheating, shouldn't be able to vote, the whole thing, and we get suspect of that. And yet, you're supposed to get a Real ID, go through all kinds of hurdles and hoops in order to do so. So my advice this week has been, all right, think about it between now and May 7th or shortly thereafter. Are you going to be flying? If you are, then you only have one choice, but you have two if you're not going to be doing all this stuff. Two choices. Get a passport, which is more costly, probably, or just wait until the lines and everything else seems to simmer down and you won't get embroiled in this. Because I still don't see the states putting more people on, doing more stuff. There's none of that going on. It's just the same old here. And a lot of people are giving me stories. They went. They couldn't get in. Some people, they thought they had everything that was correct. Particularly, I told you this week, women, because of divorce and God knows what, remarriage, maybe a couple times in the case of one woman, they are having real difficulty. So you got to make that assessment. Don't be panicked. I would say that you have to get it now. Just look at the attitude here as far as voter ID, any kind of form of identification. How are these people getting by without that? How are they able to do any number of things where you're told you have to have the identification? So good on the Republicans pushing this out there. And I believe there's several ways to show that you have citizenship. That's all that they're asking for in order to be able to vote. Consistency. If we're going to go through these hoops to worry about that, then we have Phil Murphy over in Jersey telling in no uncertain terms, and Pat Callahan, that he always references, the head of the New Jersey State Police, you're not to lift a finger in any way, shape, or form to help police, even if it's an escapee, you see them, that somebody that might be here illegally. And we're going to see, is that the type of thing that Jersey wants? Or are there a bit more people that don't want that? Now, in a place like Jersey, they have people that support that. They don't care how many illegal immigrants are here, apparently. But are there enough of them to win in the election? Or are people getting tired of illegal immigration? Case in point, how well President Trump did when he was here in November. Outstanding in New Jersey for the usual pattern that's there. But there should be no way that Republicans lose this election. I can see it being relatively close. Now, as far as the Supreme Court race in Pennsylvania, Scott Presler's right. You know, off-year election, Supreme Court retention, is the other side going to be able to turn out? We certainly are aware of it. Here's a chance to strike the blow to take out all three who were involved in all those election shenanigans. Now that, he lost in Wisconsin, but this would mean 3 seats on the Supreme Court in one fell swoop. And all that's required is to turn out enough voters and to remind them of what this Supreme Court has done, how important the Supreme Court will be going forward, 2028. They're the ones that said you have up to 3 days after, and we really don't care. Just give us those ballots. They're the ones that gerrymandered the districts to get more Democrats. Mary Gay Scanlon's is an example. They're the ones that put an extra tax on you to pay for bad schools like the Philadelphia Public Schools because they decreed it and said you were not paying enough. That's the power of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. So all that is in play. I know November seems a million miles away, but that's a powerful moment there to take out 3 just in one election. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. As far as the Krasner election, Inquirer's got a big piece today showing that Pat Dugan has gotten a lot more money this time around from the unions, the former judge, than Larry Krasner. That's good. I'm not seeing, though, he's made a dent in this. With Krasner, you're going to really have to step up and challenge him face to face. And I might add, you should continue to come on the Dom Giordano show. Are we radioactive again, Judge? Because Krasner says you hang around with Republicans. I think we're a little bit easier to be around than to identify with Larry Krasner. But that's the charge from Krasner, and it's maybe the judge is backing away, and that's not the way to win. So we're coming down to, May 20th. We're coming down to almost a month out. I'd have to say at this point, Krasner probably has the lead. But that doesn't mean it's overwhelming. That doesn't mean the judge can't win. All right, 855-839-1210, you get a line. And with the Real ID, you just have to, and you got to sit there and you really have to think of your schedule. Does it seem like you're going to have to go in any of these buildings / fly, say, between now and June? And then maybe in early June, you decide the lines, the whole thing is not as bad, you'll go and do it. Or just get the passport. I don't think it's being overwhelmed right now. You know, it'd be some kind of normal waits. So don't stress out on it. And Shapiro has not capitulated. We had the Republicans on and opened up evening hours and Saturday, at least as far as I know. I have not seen that yet. That would be the right thing to do. Jersey also has Real ID, and the lines over there are probably equally as monstrous. But again, why compel Americans to do this? We're going to put penalties on them. And yet we have people floating around. Maybe my better example is not some of this just voter ID. I believe in profiling, and I believe that profiling has gotten a bad name. We're not talking about profiling just based on faith or race or whatever. It's a number of things that go into this. And we've talked about this with the various police chiefs, et cetera. How do you do Terry stops, Supreme Court case? How do you do them that meet constitutional muster? You can do that in airports. But we don't do that. Why should we take off our shoes then? You're not serious about doing this. Are you serious about Real ID to protect us? No, it's just another bureaucratic hurdle that you've thrown our way, and you don't make it easy for people. It's very similar to being trying to show up and vote in Bucks County during the election by mail and hand it in there. I've never quite seen anything like it, though. And if the people of Montgomery County are too dumb not to remember that and vote for Bob Harvey or Diane Marseglia in the future, well, then we have real problems. We hope to host, at least we had some preliminary signals on this, Bucks County DA race debate. We'll let you know if that firms up, because this would be another incursion into the suburbs of a DA on the Democrat side who has deep Philadelphia roots. And you have somebody, in the case of the DA in Bucks County now, that we like a lot and I think has been doing outstanding work. So can the suburbs have another Krasner light like Jack Stolzheimer? Or are we going to see a Bucks County, not lose its mind here? 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Coming up, Greg Jarrett at 1 o'clock. President Trump, these Supreme Court cases this week, they were big. They didn't say explicitly these district judges simmer down, but they came close to saying that. And also, Amy Coney Barrett. Look, I plead for forgiveness because when Amy Coney Barrett was put in there, based upon what I knew and the background checks, she seemed to be brilliant to me. Somebody the other side hated, all those kids, etc., and a great record. Amy Coney Barrett, then I thought, wants to curry favor and alliance with John Roberts. He's the Chief Justice. Now Amy Coney Barrett has gone rogue. Yeah, and I can say it. They can't. The Supreme Court. Of course we want brilliant people on there. But you know what I want? A strict constructionalist, an originalist. I want somebody, let's face it, it is political here on these issues. I want their honest opinion, but Coney Barrett has done this way too many times. Does she really think that these district judges should have the power they have at the current time to thwart any president, and most of them are doing it with Trump? This is ridiculous. The framers had no sense of this. They meant the Supreme Court is on the same level. This is just another tactic to kind of run out the clock, to keep things going, to stop him, and then you look up and it's 3.5 years in. You can't do anything. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to your calls. I mentioned Martin a while ago about having our shower done, but it's also important to know that our families, certainly, we care about the essentials: food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water, usually bad these days. do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water, they'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. So contact Martin Water Conditioning, and they will take great care of you. Check out martinwater.com, or call 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Philadelphia Historic District has announced plans for 2026, 52 weeks of first celebration.
Let's schedule our 2026 June-July vacation right after the show today, Greg.
So you'll celebrate football, but not America.
I'll celebrate
Royalty
America.
fly.
I just won't do it in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I'll watch it from a flat screen.
Yeah. Soccer will do it like on a boat in the Poconos
Thank
or
you.
something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll go south and we'll all reconvene a couple weeks later.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time this afternoon. Mandatory home to see some of the Masters after show prep after the show, but I always have to have a rooting interest of rooting against somebody also. That's the thing, too.
Oh, boy.
And I'm rooting against every one of those live golfers imaginable. I don't know which one's the most obnoxious of all. Maybe Brooks Koepka as we head into the Masters. But this is a time of the year where, there's so many golf tournaments. But this may be more than any of the others because of the beauty of Augusta, because they play there the same place every year. They're geniuses at what they do. If you ever notice, they have holes where the ball can go past the cup and then roll back down. There's nothing more exciting than that. Arguably, the greatest exciting shot you may have witnessed live, I would say, was the Tiger Woods chip in a few years back. Maybe 8 to 10 years now at 16.
20.
It's 20? All right,
I
I
knew
knew
it was either
had to be
2005 or
related.
2006.
Okay, all right, wow, it's that much, 20 years ago. It's still the genius of, I wouldn't have played it that way, but that's why he's Tiger Woods. And when the ball took that final roll, the only thing is, though, you saw the Nike swoosh on that. And all I think of is that ball's going in. That's helping China. No way. Stay there. Don't roll in.
That's a better commercial than Nike could ever dream of thinking of.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That last roll was perfect with that. So President holding cabinet meeting at this point. We're going to talk with Greg Jarrett coming up, Fox lawyer extraordinaire, 3 big Supreme Court cases. But Amy Coney Barrett, is it a miss? I'd say it's a miss. Ask him, why do Republicans miss? Democrats don't. I mean, I can't remember one Democrat that turned while they were on the court. Oh, yeah, I'm a bit more conservative originalist now. If anything, they get more to the left. Why do Republicans miss? She's a miss. You got to accept it. I don't know what can be done. And once they're on the court, there's not much you can do. All right, so 855-839-1210. Don't forget, at 2:13-ish, we will have a pair of tickets. Phillies-Giants, April 17th. Phillies playing well. They have a real shot this year, and that should be a 4 o'clock game. Great game, and you get to stroll the bases, too. It's kind of embarrassing. Run around those bases. Hit the inside of the bag. Make that turn.
I'm sure the grounds crew would love that.
Yeah.
We just did the field. And
Yeah, exactly. Out there. Hey, where did I get my cleats in?
Yeah.
All right, 855. First time I played golf, what a faux pas. I had cleats on. Didn't know. Yeah, it was down the lake, so it didn't matter too much. The greens there were pretty bad. It's not Poana. It was just crabgrass greens. 855-839-1210.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to savor weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising safety. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time to start. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Your lawn and family deserve the best, so call the best. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. We always love talking with Greg Jarrett from Fox News legal analyst and commentator. And I'm not sure if he's working on another book, but one of his books, I think the last one, plays right into all this talk of Trump, the Constitution. But I want to see what he thinks is wrong with Amy Coney Barrett, among other things. Let's go to Greg Jarrett. Greg, it's been too long. Thanks for joining us today.
Good to be with you, Dom.
So, Greg, do you subscribe to the theory, and I'm going back in my mind, or is it just we think it that way, that Democrats don't miss that they are going to get people that are more activist and certainly liberal as Supreme Court justices? I don't remember the last one that turned, but Amy Coney Barrett is the most recent miss to me. I thought it was her trying to ally with John Roberts. But again, this week, the decision, which is critical on these district judges and all the moving parts with that, she joined with the 3 progressives.
Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett, I think, is beginning to look a lot like David Souter, who,
right.
As you know,
yes.
The first President Bush appointed based on assurances from his chief of staff that Souter would be a conservative, strict constructionist type of justice. And, of course, he sided with liberals. And, I fear that this was another bad pick by a Republican president. We'll have to wait and see. It's early still. But, the disappointment came in the deportation case, which it was obvious from the start that case belonged in Texas because that's where the TDA gang members were being held. But the ACLU blatantly went judge shopping for a liberal judge in D.C., where they knew that the outcome against Trump was preordained. And, of course, James Boasberg, the judge, didn't disappoint, issuing a series of cockamamie rulings, return airplanes midair. He has no authority or jurisdiction to do that. And the Supreme Court recognized that immediately and put a stop to it, notwithstanding Amy Coney Barrett. And the High Court slapped Boasberg down for issuing a restraining order, saying that's not the proper remedy. The only issue was whether gang members were entitled to some form of due process. And as I said in my last column, that's something the Supreme Court needed to clear up, and the court did that. So in the end, justice was done despite Barrett.
Is there anything you put your finger on here, though, of why this seems to happen? Is it they're just not getting good information? Is there? I mean, she wasn't like the former Supreme Court justice from New Hampshire, I guess he was. They liked him because he didn't have a paper trail. She was touted, and I still believe she is. I watched the confirmation hearings, is brilliant. And yet I didn't see anything there, Greg. Did you deep down say, wait a minute, this should give us pause here a bit?
Well, she had more of a paper trail than Souter did.
Yes.
But still, it wasn't a lot.
Okay.
And, that's the risk. You never know how a justice appointed to the high court will evolve over time and the alliances they'll develop with other justices on the court. You're right to say that she seemed to be a mini-me following everything that John Roberts did, but this departure in the deportation case gives you pause.
Greg, have you ever talked with, interviewed or something like that, Supreme Court justices? I was lucky. Sam Alito, Sammy, I might have said at some point, came on 7 times, mainly because he's a Phillies fan, and he would predict the number of games they would win every year. And one time he took a decision away from the umpires and said he was right. They did win the number of games, he said. But I would finagle in a question or two that would give you a sense of this guy. And I just think he's one of the more brilliant choices that we've seen, maybe somewhat because I pretty much agree with him on almost every decision. So how do we extract from these people what they're really going to be about?
Well, there's no way you can. It's not a foolproof verification system. You take a lot of it on faith. You do examine, their record of rulings in various cases. You interview the individual, their view of the Constitution, their philosophy from the bench, and you make the best judgment you can based on the evidence you have, but it doesn't always work out that way. And of course, the Supreme Court is littered in history with justices who turned out quite differently than anticipated. So you never know, but it still is a solid conservative majority on the high court, and they seem to be making the right rulings, not just the deportation case, but the case involving the firing of roughly 16,000 federal employees. The lower court judge, once again, overstepped his authority, halting the firing of those workers, and he's usurping the power of the president, who can hire and fire and trim the bloated bureaucracy in the interests of efficiency, abuse, and waste. That is a core responsibility of the chief executive. These lower court judges seem to think that they can overrule or countermand the president whenever he's exercising an executive function, and they're wrong. Inevitably, the Supreme Court is the backstop. They have to step in to remind those judges what the Constitution says. And too many of these federal district court judges are basing their decision based on their own political views, not abiding by the law or the Constitution, and some are allowing, I think, their personal animus towards Trump to dictate decision-making, and they issue these sweeping orders that are well beyond their limited authority.
We haven't had a talk. Greg Jarrett with us from Fox News. And Greg, the current book is still the nation's most precious documents, Constitution, Declaration. That's your current book?
It is, yes.
The title, Greg, I don't have it in front of me.
The Constitution of the United States and Other Patriotic Documents. So it's a compilation edited by me, annotated and explained by me, the importance of documents and speeches throughout history. And, to understand where we're going, we need to know where we've been and why we operate as a constitutional republic.
And to that point, the Columbia case, which drags on now, the guy that's not only verbally the supporter of Hamas, but also took actions. That's the point I would make. At Columbia, we're seeing around the country maybe upwards of 100, 150 of these people have their student visa removed. He had a green card. I think it may have been expired. But this notion that in popular culture, I think the media might even believe it, Greg, that you have the same rights as a citizen of the United States.
Yes, and that, of course, is not true. If you have a green card, you can be here, but that's not a right to be in the United States. It is a conditional privilege. And the conditions are you have to abide by the law. One of the laws is you cannot support or endorse a terrorist organization designated so by the United States. And, that's what this guy was doing. And the evidence is overwhelming against him that he was handing out, pro-terrorist leaflets and working behind the scenes on behalf of Hamas. Well, you just lost your privilege. You violated the condition of being here, and you have no basis to remain.
Are you thinking of anything for the 250th anniversary, Greg? Another book on the horizon?
Well, I'm pausing my books right now. It takes a lot of work to write a book.
Oh, yeah.
And it's very time-consuming, and it really consumes your life. And I'll take a breather for now.
I know. I've tried and started 3 and have not finished any one of them. I'm 0 for 3. How many books do you have published, Greg?
4 books.
Okay.
And, it's something I'm proud of. The books did well. But again, at some point in time, you have to, realize that sacrifices can't go on indefinitely. And, you have to take a break.
I hear you, Greg. Well, we're glad you come on with us, though, Greg. Thank you, as always. We'll talk again soon, hopefully.
My pleasure, Don. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg Jarrett here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. All right. Hit us with that great immigrant to the United States. That's one thing we're looking for here. You heard Greg Jarrett on this, and these Supreme Court cases do not definitively still stop this running out the clock of these district judges, which is a big deal, a very big deal. That's the element of what they're trying to do here. All right, I'm not going to avoid the elephant in the room here. Man, I am looking at, it's not the Dow that I look at first. I look at the S&P. I think that's a better barometer, down 5,000, down 277 points, but over 5% again. I thought yesterday we had passed a point where we're going to see less volatility. And I'm not sure exactly anybody knows what's driving that today. But with China, it's on. And I don't think there's going to be any off-ramp here anytime soon. And I'm fine with that. We're going to see if anything, I think taking the heat off, the pause on the other nations, and we're going to see several of them sign, that's got to make a difference at some point here pretty quickly. Cabinet meeting today with the president that's televised, which is always good. Don't see anything yet that is earth-shattering or anything that's making news. We'll let you know if we do. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that immigrant that just, did tremendously and also loved being someone who decided to come to the United States. You can get in on that, too.
I've got a couple.
Oh, Henry, that's right. Yeah, we didn't get yours.
Yeah, so I'll take 2. I'll take I'll take a Japanese import. How about the face of Major League Baseball right now? That would be Mr. Shohei Ohtani, the reigning NL MVP. He seems to have a flair for the dramatic, too. If you remember last year, he was looking to be the first player to ever hit the 50-50 club milestone, which would be 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases in a season. And what did he do in that game? Well, he had maybe the greatest game in MLB history, where he had 6 hits, 3 of which were home runs, 2 stolen bases, and 10 RBIs. And then plus,
a little bit getting overpaid, though. I thought
overpaid.
Yeah,
no way.
I thought we were playing. I deemed him arguably the greatest player in the history of baseball if he could keep it up.
Yeah,
meaning a
both
pitcher
sides.
and hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, even a little bit, even 15 or 20 starts a year, as good as he was, you'd have to give him $1 billion because the market would indicate the value of that. The guy that could win you 12 to 15 games and do the other things, he's the greatest player in history.
Yeah, and we'll see if he comes back maybe even this season. He did throw a bullpen session where the Dodgers were in town this past week. And even before that, the series before that, it was his bobblehead night. He comes up in the bottom of the 9th in a tie game. Crowd stands on their feet. What does he do? First pitch, bang, out of here. Walk-off home run. He just seems to have that edge or that, that something, that je ne sais quoi, that, he has a flair for the moment. And then the other one I'll take is a Canadian import from north of the border here. In my opinion, the greatest game show host of all time. And I'm going to play a clip of him on this game show.
All right, let's hear it.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT if you want to take a watch as well. I think you're all going to know this voice, and then you might even know this clip, because I think it sums him up pretty well.
Susan Cole is from Bowie, Maryland, and her favorite type of music is something I've never heard of, but it doesn't sound like fun.
I think it's very fun. It's called nerdcore hip hop. It's
nerdcore
hip hop. Yes. It's people who identify as nerdy, rapping about the things they love: video games, science fiction, having a hard time meeting romantic partners. It's really catchy and fun.
Losers, in other words.
Well.
It's none other than Alex Trebek, the longtime host of Jeopardy, went 37 seasons. I miss the guy every day. It's my favorite show.
And the endearing part, too, since he was suffering with cancer for so many years, it brought him closer. And Bill O'Reilly loves the guy. Knew him as a friend, which surprised me. O'Reilly and Alex Trebek.
I'd love to hear that conversation.
Oh, yeah, exactly. All right, that's a good clip, too. 855 versus the knockoff we have to endure now, Ken Jennings.
Oh, I like Ken. He's doing a good job.
Well, he just thinks, like, why don't these people know this stuff? Yeah.
I'm sure he does that every time.
Every time.
Question, yeah.
Yes. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All right, Henry's got a good one, couple of them there. Hit us. Come on, everybody has one. You think they exemplify this notion of America, nation of immigrants, which I still support. People making a choice to do this, coming here legally, many of them becoming citizens and bringing with them just unbelievable value to move the country forward. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether you're here in Philadelphia or if you grew up a New Yorker like Sean Farish, if Larry Krasner or Alvin Bragg really wanted to clean up the streets of their respective municipalities, jurisdictions that they are the district attorneys of, get subways and public transportation cleaned up, they could do all of this if they really wanted to. They have it in the budget. They're just on an agenda and a vendetta to empower the criminal.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump.
Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, Dom time. At 2:30, we're going to talk with Stacey Garrity. Really intrigued, the Treasury Secretary. I first met her at the Dr. Oz events that we had out in the middle of this fancy cornfield, if it can be fancy. It was a weird broadcast the day before the election, and she really roused the crowd. Can she beat Josh Shapiro? It's got a lot going for her. More importantly, though, now, Treasury Secretary in Pennsylvania. She spoke recently about Trump and some of the stuff that she's doing. We'll get her take on how it's working out. The market's not responding well again, to put it mildly. This morning was the first time I looked at my 401k since April 3rd. You know the reason why. Have you been looking? And what I saw, I didn't have any framework. It wasn't as high as I thought based upon yesterday's numbers. But then I thought, oh, man, it was even worse how much it must have gone down during the troubled time. Will I look tomorrow? Probably not. Have you given up looking and you're taking a break until we get past some of this stuff? Why the markets today are having difficulty is a little hard to say. There's more certainty here. We're going to get deals with these 50 to 70 countries we've been talking about. China, it's one-on-one here. And we were asking yesterday, what is it that would tell you we got something from China? It's going to be very hard to get anything they don't cheat on, they don't extract on. Democrats trying to make the point. Yes, in fact, last night on CNN, Scott Jennings, who's on the show tomorrow, really had a night last night with this Tiffany Cross woman telling her, well, I'm irrelevant. You're the one that got fired. And she's the one that talked about China. How in the world would we be seeing them as an enemy? We do so much trading with them. All right, but I wanted to play, Henry, cut 13. I've never seen this. Democrat Stephen Horsford. Listen to what he said about the debate yesterday on the biggest tax cut in history that any reasonable person, you would think, doesn't want to pay more taxes. Listen to this progressive.
The Speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history on the backs of the American people? WTF? Who's in charge?
Wow. Put that into the record there. All right. So tax cuts are screwing America because these people believe America is them and their money. It's their money. How is that screwing America? That's exactly that's why even when there's no way that I'm going to get the tax cut or most people listening are going to get it, depending upon circumstances, I still support it. Fight for everyone. You have to fight them every day. That's what they believe in. That's what they want to do. It's screwing America to have these tax cuts. In what universe? How is that screwing America? No, they're the ones screwing America by continuing to take more of our money. Yesterday, Trump signing the shower bill, more of our freedoms, of things that they can't possibly believe they know better and they should be involved in. But they do, and that's what they're going to continue to do. All right, let's see. Let's go to Rob in Northeast Philly. And Rob is on Talk Radio 1210. Rob, good afternoon. What do you have?
Good afternoon, Dom. Well, I was thinking, I'm sure you're aware of him, Baron Mikhail Cicluna from the Isle of Malta.
Yes, the one Maltese that I've ever seen prominently. He was in the top.
Yeah, the man in the cape.
Yeah.
Prominently hassled the other great, Bruno Sammartino, the champ. Tried to take the belt from him many times, almost did. Two great imports.
Yeah,
entertained us for years. Champions, both in their own right. Tag team, individual. And the Baron, a great rule breaker. Only one time I saw Dick Worley disqualify him. He found the illegal object. They would see it on tape. They could never find it. Where was he hiding it? They didn't know.
Exactly.
They knew he had it.
The Baron was a great character, yes.
A great villain. And he was involved in the match that Muhammad Ali inserted himself, and he got beat up and thrown out by Gorilla Monsoon. The Baron was a part of that threesome.
That is a great
He
one.
is
All right.
a classic.
Maltese, you're right. I had Bruno Sammartino, Henry, in the old building where we're out in Bala. Was on a Saturday of all things. I don't know how I got him out there with his entourage. And the hallways there were down. It was like a ramp. I don't know why they had an internal ramp inside. It was a little bit downhill. And he was walking, this hulking type of figure. He just couldn't walk in any other way. But the stance he would have when he's coming at you.
Yeah, he's waddling.
The ears were giant cauliflower. I mean, it was like unbelievable. It looks like they were growing in front of me. And I'm thinking, I got Bruno Sammartino here in front of me. He was frightening. If it were real, you wouldn't. I don't see how you could pin this guy. I mean, these guys are big and all, but this guy's so built to the ground, and just his hands were frozen in his thing when he's talking.
Yeah.
My God, he's sitting across from you and thinking he could kill you any second he wanted.
Better not say the wrong thing.
Yeah, Baron Mikhail, he was Maltese, allegedly.
So they say.
Yeah, apparently. I had a friend that wrote for them. You come into the room, they have a bunch of guys, McMahon might be there, and 4 or 5 others. They look you up and down. They ask you 1 or 2 questions, and then bang, Henry the Machete, they do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it
That's
was
the way
like
it
Stone
works.
Cold Steve Austin wasn't Stone Cold at
exactly.
first. He was like slamming Steve Austin. or
Yeah,
something with
exactly.
hair.
They work on it. They get it. That's where we're going to go. Yes. Okay. It's 855-839-1210. You get on board. Coming up, couple of updates. Rutgers in Camden claims chilling termination of about a dozen international students' visas. I'll tell you why they were terminated. Keep it going on the side question, too, though, which is hit us with that all-time immigrant story, one that you think really is stunning. Henry, I took Schwarzenegger off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry at the beginning. Yeah, even though I'm not a fan anymore. Terminator 2 alone. Yeah, and he's a character, without a doubt. And he exemplified, and he did talk about being an immigrant and what it means. But somebody who just cherishes that they made it here. They came to the United States, and they succeeded at whatever it is. And if they blended that in, that's exactly what Elon Musk. I don't like everything about Elon Musk. Look, I think if you're doing this job, you can't ignore him walking around with 13 or 14 kids that don't know each other and all. That's a huge flaw. Come on. You can't spin it.
Yeah.
I
mean,
mean,
the person who does that is what? Nick Cannon? Like,
Yeah.
you really want to be compared with Nick Cannon?
I mean, the one kid's cute, X, putting a booger on the Resolute desk and having the name X with him there. But some of them have spoken out and saying, what goes with this guy? You know, we don't know each other, and all it's just money and influencer women and everything else. But the upside of what he has done and what he engaged in here, putting it on the line, and the acrimony, sending back to South Africa, is incredible. So Scott Jennings, who's on the show at 2 o'clock tomorrow on CNN, talked about this and put it into perspective. Why in the world would a guy be attacked in the manner that we're seeing? Talked about him as a patriotic American, somebody who's brought a lot to the country. And again, I don't care what that maniac Navarro says. Tesla is rated as the #1 American-based company. This guy wants to continue to insist that it's not. Well, every expert, every breakdown says that Tesla is the real deal as an American company. And he was in great favor at one point because of the fact lefties were on board because of the electric vehicle part. I mean, the thing I don't like, his biggest flaw to me, maybe even more than the 14 kids, the driverless car. You know, the driverless car and taxis now, even worse, are proceeding, are going forward. You're never going to convince me. You know, I have some of these unconvincible things. Let me see if I did a top 10 list, serious ones. I don't see how I'm ever going to be against the death penalty. I favor the death penalty, and I think the more technology, the more DNA, the more stuff we have, the better that I'm going to be certain that I got the right person. I don't think you're ever going to convince me of the driverless car or taxi or bus or truck with nitroglycerin in it. All you need is some weird thing that the machine can't read that a human would obviously see that's not put into language that it can translate. That's all you need.
That's the issue with the self-driving cars, and I think in order for it to happen, you need to build a lot of more infrastructure,
right?
Which will never happen. Dude, we can't even get like potholes fixed in the state. It has to be all or nothing in a sense. So it's either all the cars on the road are autonomous, and we make the roads better.
I'm not
for
getting
that.
into an autonomous car. No way. I'm still driving.
But like I think it would work if I would still like the option to drive. But if you were to make something like that where it's only autonomous cars on a certain road, I think it would help a lot of congestion in travel.
All right. Well, you've stumbled into one of my grand theories too. You lose something as a human if you don't drive yourself.
You do. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
But I've made this argument on this show before. Like, if you have all autonomous cars, you can go as fast as you'd like because everyone's just reading each other.
Right.
You can go 500 miles an hour if you can get the cars to go that fast, and you could eliminate in-country travel by plane.
But you're not driving it yourself. That's the thing. I'm
not driving a train either.
The only time I've ever been driven was by the guy at the Charlotte Speedway. And even then, I thought I'd like to take a crack at it. All right. You see Dan, shove over, Dan. Get in here. All right, 855. And they did make us, they make you, the doors are either bolted shut or whatever it is. You had to climb in through the window.
I
was able to climb in.
How long ago was that?
About 15 years.
All right.
Yeah. But getting out is ungraceful.
100%. You like dive out, right on your hands.
And Joey Vento had a severe heart condition. We didn't know he was doing this because they were having me get belted in and the burn stuff and all that.
Yeah.
Suddenly, we see him going around the track in another car. Like, oh, my God. And the banking, everybody should have a chance to do it. It is 3-4 stories high. It is incredible. And when the guy says, oh, we got about 18 inches between us and the wall, relax.
Yeah.
We're going 180. My eyes never opened after that. All right, 855-839-1210. So get in on the side question. Maybe you've never called before. A great immigrant story. Somebody who dearly loved the country and brought a lot to it. Neil Diamond's song, Coming to America. Well, we're going to another country, though, that's fabulous, exotic, mythical. Think of all the people that have come through Sicily. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, then the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans. Wow. And they all left their cultural mark. Well, we're going to see all those cultural marks and to experience the beauty, the sun, the sea, of Mediterranean Europe, Sicily, and Calabria this fall. There's no experience like doing it with Talk Radio 1210 listeners and Conservative Tours. They have that name because they are Ken Chase. 5544, that includes airfare, the dining events, the wine, and it's the characters that we meet. They know the spots that truly will bring home Italy, Calabria, and Sicily to you. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 to get all the information. And go to conservativetours.com. You'll enjoy the Godfather Tour, 3 locales, all the movies. Crown Jewel of Sicily, of course, Taormina will hit that. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca, ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country, and with our group you're going. Get all the information now. Call 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow. Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A slow-moving storm system moves into the Delaware Valley today, bringing more clouds and the chance for a late-day shower. High around 55. For tonight, cloudy skies with showers at times with a low near 40. And for Friday, rain at times through the day. It'll be chilly with a high only near 50.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, let that simmer a little bit. Should have asked to play that at the very beginning. Neil Diamond, and of course at Mulligan's, Real Diamonds, performed this. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. Yeah, that's the American dream. And immigrants, obviously, have enriched us beyond belief. Give us one, though, that you think the most celebrated is on the board. Somebody had, in popular culture now because of ideology somewhat. But okay, yeah, he was an immigrant who really contributed, without a doubt. Jim in Morristown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jim, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Darn, I almost felt like I was back in the PennDOT office again. Taking so long to get on. I'm kidding. But that's my thing.
Reject
is Real
it.
ID.
Reject it. Reject it.
So we wait 3 hours the other day in line, and you go through this preliminary. I don't know if your listeners are aware, but we go through the preliminary where they look at your documents. Then you go in, and you should be good. Nope. We get our documents checked. We sit 3 hours, and I'm watching all these workers. Talk about Doge. We need Doge in Pennsylvania.
Well, let me ask you, why do that, Jim? Why did you make the decision to still go forward and do it?
Because there was no line, and I figured there was no line in the front. We went to Malvern Fraser office.
Okay.
Norristown was packed. King of Prussia was packed. So I said, okay, no line, we could get through. I got mine. I was helping my wife get hers, just so we could be able to fly, because we've never had our passport. We were trying to get our passport, but it shouldn't be that difficult. So I literally, before we went there, I went to the media courthouse to get our marriage certificate. We've been married almost 40 years. So I'm like, there's no way they're going to turn us down. Don't you know, her birth certificate didn't match the Social Security card because her name changed when she got married.
Right.
So I pointed to the marriage certificate, and there's a fact sheet. And on that fact sheet, it talks about documents accepted. And one of the documents accepted, if you want a name change, is a certified marriage certificate, which I had. Well, Dom, I was in the twilight zone. Like, I think it relates to voters, too, voter registration and stuff, because of how messed up this Pennsylvania government is now. They made it so difficult. So basically, you had a supervisor come over who lost her mind. She started screaming for the security guard, Tony, like I was at some bar in South Philly. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was in the twilight zone, and I was in the right. Bottom line, I called the care service the next day, and they're like, I said, I have a simple question. Can I get my real ID with these documents? They didn't know the answer because they're saying that Homeland Security has their certain rules. But I can only imagine the amount of your listeners, because I listen all the time, of having the same issue. And it should be something that should be talked about, because I can only imagine the number of people and actual citizens that are getting turned away. And these other on this form, it has, if you want to gender change, there's a gender change. And I get it. If you want to change your gender, that's fine. But they may go out of their way to show you that it's on this form. And also translation services. I get it. All that's needed. But prioritize people who really, it's just unaccountability from the top down. Because
and Jim, again, my advice to people is don't go now unless you're going to be flying, and or consider the passport, because that will be accepted everywhere, and you don't have to go through the hoops. It's beyond annoying, and the pit of your stomach, you get up there, you're ready to go, you went through this Easter egg hunt, and then you still get rejected. It's just not right.
It was horrible. And they did. The second call, I asked for a supervisor on the call line, and they were helpful. Now, the guy said it would take a couple of days for them to call us back, and so I'm still waiting for that. But it shouldn't have to even take, I see these lines. I can only imagine these people getting turned away. But it's very, very – and I get your advice. You're absolutely right. But I figured, there's no line now. So I got my real ID because I'm a man, and my birth certificate pretty much matched the rest of my ID.
The women, it's difficult. Thank you, Jim. Thanks very much for that. Look, I get constant emails and other things. The advice is wait till after May 7th if you can, and/or consider the passport. I have to get mine redone before we go to Sicily, and I'm going to do it probably in April. It's not till later in the year. So, I remember Ro didn't have a passport when we went to Italy the last time, a couple years ago. And we were afraid, we were told there was a 6-week wait. Turned out not to be quite that bad, so we went a few months in advance. With this, I don't think you have to wait that long for your passport. We could get the anticipated wait. But just this nonsense with this. Do I think it'll be extended? No, I don't think they're going to do it this time. And again, these are documents that you may not have. We told you, women, maiden name and/or maiden name, and then they remarry, they divorce, something like that. It's hellacious to conform. Is it making us safer? And I would say, I don't even know if it's making us marginally safer. Again, we're not doing voter ID. We're not doing profiling. We're not looking at anything that is a red light call of those that are in front of us that might be dangerous. Again, do I think making people go through these hoops versus a guy that not only verbally supports Hamas at Columbia, but organized people that physically went after Jewish students, etc.? Yeah, I don't think that guy, he can get any kind of card he wants. He does not belong here. He doesn't. He's not a citizen. He doesn't belong here. Get him out. Every one of these people, we're better off if we get him out. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Stacey Garrity, who is the Treasury Secretary in Pennsylvania, at 2:30 today. High hopes for her in this upcoming governor's race after we get over the Jersey one. By the way, if you've been missing it, Scott Presler is just all the chips in now in the Jersey's governor race first. He'll be at Dom Giordano Day, June 20th, Mulligan's. Dom Giordano Day, we're going to turn into I'm not sure what with Presler, but he is that indispensable. I would say out of this whole journey with Trump and everything else, the one person that I've met that is consistently inspiring is Presler and has gotten great results. And he's up to a staff of 70 people sometimes out there across entire states. Okay, I'm coming to your calls, though, and we feel your pain on this, so try to avoid it if you can is the best thing. Hey, if you're looking for a dentist that you can trust, then you need my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. I was over at Dr. Bentz's today early, had a little problem that he's taking care of, and seated right across from me was a great listener who said, yeah, she heard me talking about Dr. Bentz. She now goes, her daughter goes, and she tells other people. And she apologized. She didn't recognize me till she went over to the chocolate chips. She was ready to take the last chocolate chip cookie. Then she thought, that might be Dom over there. She knows that could be problematic, and she didn't. Now, that is a listener. All this at 8 a.m. in the morning today. So, Dr. Bentz, the number of listeners that have gone have gotten great results, some of them coming from Jersey. One guy flies in from Florida. They know the knowledge and the experience, the care that you get there is second to none. But don't put it off. From a routine checkup to advanced treatments, Dr. Bentz will get you in quickly and conveniently. I just told you my story today. Get the smile, too, that you've always wanted, the very best care. Tell Dr. Bentz, get some more chocolate chips in there, too. They're that good. Get on the road to great dental health. Most dentists would not have chocolate chip cookies in there. That's a difference. Call the Bentz Dental Group right now to get that initial evaluation. 610-272-6949. Or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Philadelphia Historic District has announced plans for 2026, 52 weeks of first celebration.
Let's schedule our 2026 June-July vacation right after the show today, Greg.
So you'll celebrate football, but not America.
I'll celebrate
Royalty
America.
fly.
I just won't do it in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I'll watch it from a flat screen.
Yeah. Soccer will do it like on a boat in the Poconos
Thank
or
you.
something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll go south and we'll all reconvene a couple weeks later.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic. We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the pianos cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin, so we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. A federal judge, and this is a pesky one with a funny name, but there have been a few cases just in the last few months with Wendy Beetlestone here in Philadelphia, has ruled that a defamation lawsuit brought against President Trump can proceed. All right, at 2 o'clock, I'll tell you what the lawsuit involves, and it is a very, very famous one that over the years, a lot of people have contended that you should have a right to say what happened here in this case doesn't appear to be correct, and Trump has done that several times. Is it a First Amendment issue? I don't think it pertains to doing it, presidential immunity. I'll tell you what it is. And again, I think a lot of this is because it's Trump. That's why this is going forward. All right, let's go to Karen in North Carolina, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Karen, afternoon.
Hi, Dom. Good afternoon to you. The reason I'm calling is about the driverless car issue.
Right.
I was like you. I was totally against it. I drove for 55 years, never had an accident, so on and so forth. And then I developed issues with my eyes. I have macular degeneration. And along with a number of, there are 8 million people in this country that have macular degeneration. And we all don't drive as much as we used to. Some of us don't drive at all anymore. I drive a little bit, but it's very hard to give up your independence. And I thought, wow, a driverless car. I could get my independence back. I don't have to be dependent on. I'm lucky to have a husband, but a lot of people have no one to, and they don't want to use Ubers. You don't know who the heck is driving these Ubers half the time. So that's just my point.
Karen, I hear you, and that's a tension with me because anytime I've talked about it, I've said, yes, I understand for that, the independence of it, because driving to me, as you know, is sacred. The ability, so much good comes from driving. So, yeah, we'd have to consider that, but I don't think we're there yet. Again, the flaws that are in this are still, yeah, I'm hoping that, and maybe on a limited basis, look, I feel for you, and I'm in agreement with you on that. And every time it's come up, I've said that. But I don't understand other people who want this that are perfectly able to drive themselves.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I get that too. I mean, if it were me, this has been a year and a half since I've had this issue, and I'm still sad about it. I still grieve over it. And, I probably won't live long enough to see safe driverless cars.
Oh, come on now, Karen. We need you as a listener there in North Carolina. You're going to live to see that. Come on now. So, Karen,
I appreciate it, I listen to you almost every day. So you're my entertainment.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
Who's your
You're
immigrant?
welcome.
Who's your favorite immigrant? Do you have one?
I called late. It was gonna be Einstein, but he's off. But here's one outside the box: Dikembe Mutombo.
Yes, that is yes.
Yeah, he came here, played for 6 different NBA teams, and was a great humanitarian both here and also in his native Congo.
And he had that great the finger wagging back and forth. I wonder if there are enough people with some kind of hand motion that are known for that. There, Mutombo though definitely was one.
John Morant's getting known for one right now.
Okay. That's right. Yeah. Well, yeah. That guy's not going to have a long NBA career. It's problematic, I think.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, how many times are they going to put up with it? I realize quite a talent, very much a talent. All right, 855-839-1210. Big 2 o'clock hour. We got Dom's Money Melody, and you'll be able to win a pair of tickets to the Giants versus the Phillies on Thursday, a week from today. We hope to be at that game. I'm working row over on it. And in addition to that, at 2:30, Stacey Garrity, the Treasury Secretary, the odds-on favorite to be the Republican nominee. And I hope she doesn't go with Doug Mastriano in any way, shape, or form. My God. Do you know how much different Pennsylvania would be except for Doug Mastriano? It's that close. We would still control the House. There's no reason why they control the House and nothing gets done by a vote or two, and we control the Senate almost overwhelmingly. He did it. I mean, Shapiro is tough, can be beaten, but not with a Doug Mastriano. Nobody's Trump, and certainly not Doug. So you can't wish these things. I think Garrity stands a reasonable chance, though. It's got a lot going for her, and I've seen her speak, and behind the scenes, she's well-liked. I think the party would rally here. We got to put up against this chameleon somebody good. All right, she's here at 2:30 on Talk Radio 1210.
Tariffs have made the stock market more volatile than ever before. Now, a trade war and potential recession are adding to the growing list of threats chipping away at your retirement nest egg.
Joe Greco, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2012. I don't miss being in the stock market at all. The stock market is too volatile, and my Crash Proof Retirement system continues to grow. I can sleep at night without worrying about how the stock market is doing today or tomorrow or next week. You can never lose in crash proof your principal nor your interest. Even though the market is down by, I don't even know what the percentage is, I'm not losing anything while my friends are.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn in Chadds Ford, PA on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the Big Wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. I think President Trump has to be a contender for the world record, or at least the American record, at suing and being sued. I mean, and I'm talking about manners great and small, because he does sue a lot. He's going, all right, we're going to try to win on this. Cases I don't see how you can win. And he has been sued a tremendous amount of times. But here's why I'm mentioning that. The latest lawsuit, here we go. Federal Judge Wendy Beadlestone just said that a defamation lawsuit had enough evidence to proceed. Now, the last time we talked about her was in a local case involving an athlete having to compete against someone who was trans, if you remember. That Wendy Beadlestone. This defamation lawsuit was filed by the so-called Central Park Five. The commentator on this says they were wrongly convicted in 1989 of the rape of a white jogger in Central Park. They were acquitted in 2002 following confession, new DNA evidence. Trump in New York at the time, it's a major mogul, called for the death penalty for the men. During the 2024 election, he claimed the five had pleaded guilty to killing someone. The lawsuit accused the president of painting the five innocent men in a harmful false light. Trump's lawyers, of course, argue his words are protected by the First Amendment. Now, again, would this be happening if Trump were not president and if Trump were not Trump? But here we go again. I don't know if he'll open up and start talking about this again. Somebody's got to tell me, too. I guess I haven't heard it, the reason he brings it up at rallies, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. What kind of connection does he make with that? He's fond of just saying that, and it's such a random. Do you know, Henry?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the weirder comments that you can make. So watch for this, and if you see the name Wendy Beetlestone, therein lies another district judge. I mean, I don't know what evidence they produced other than he has said things publicly. Is that defamation, or is it his opinion that they had the right people? I was just breaking into talk radio. I may have had a full-time show about a year then. And I remember that it was a particularly overwhelmingly brutal attack. It symbolized New York back then, how bad it was, not fun city at all. And it went on for weeks, if not months, talking about it in various lights. So, and it's true. At that point, President Trump did say they deserved the death penalty. And it's come up somehow or another in presidential campaigns. So we'll see. All right, 855-839-1210. That's the way that you get on board. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Just a couple things. I would say now I feel safe saying that if you're not retiring or buying a foreign car within the next 6 months, you're not going to have anything to worry about. I'm not blaming you for watching your 401k, but I think that what he's doing with isolating China, okay, if he is able to isolate China in this trade war, we win because China will have absolutely no choice. I think he's making all the right moves, Dom, and he's doing things that I never, ever, ever expected to see in my lifetime from an American president.
Well, look, I'm all on board. Yesterday's show, China, absolutely. I just don't. It seems there's a delay here. We can't hear about people flying in. I just want to get moving on it. I'm surprised because we know how quickly they move to bring them in. But how do we explain how the markets are seeing this again today? Yesterday, he delivered, and yet today we're back to the same nonsense.
Because it's going to be a drawn-out process. The market is never more volatile than during a trade war, and it's not going to last long, and you're going to have stability in the market. I know Gary said like 12 months to 24 months. You're going to have stability in the stock market in 6 months, okay? The only reason things won't be rosy is because we're still dealing with the inflation, but that's dying as well.
Well, wait a minute. Today
so good.
Robert, 2.4%. That's the lowest prior to Joe Biden jacking it up, 2.4%. That's really good.
Yes, it is, and I know it's only a snapshot. It's going to go down. It's going to go up, but it's going to. If he wins, Don, we're looking at a 50,000 stock market by the end of the year. Okay, 50,000 by the end of the year.
Well,
but
remember my watchwords: Besant out there, not the other two guys.
That's true. I'll get to my side question, and I really had to resist the urge to pick the Italian immigrant that is the favorite of me and Joe from Columbus. And I know he knows who I'm talking about, but I'm going to go with something that's outside the box, Tom. I'm going to go with the inventor of American basketball, James Naismith, born in Canada. born in Canada. Now, he was a coach at Kansas State, or University of Kansas, in basketball and track and field, and I thought it was ironic that him being the inventor of basketball had a losing record as a coach. He was 55 and 60, but but that's all I got today, man. I really
wait a
appreciate
minute. Is he still available? The Sixers might be able to use a coach.
Oh, boy.
Well, they could go look at some of his old blueprints from when he drew up plays. I'm sure there's something that history forgot they might be able to use, like a basketball equivalent of a tush push or something,
Thank you, James. Yeah, that's what they ought to be looking at. All right, so James Nesbitt, imagine inventing a game that is the worldwide sport. Soccer, of course, or football, if you prefer, is the dominant worldwide sport. But I don't know if number two, basketball has exploded, even in China. So got to be up there. Baseball's not. I don't think cricket, because they don't have an American market that's major. So
not yet.
Yeah. So I in lacrosse and all that is still not. So basketball might be, and it's simple. You just need a ball and some hoop that you fashion on a lamppost or something. All right. Good call from Robert. 855-839-1210. The numbers, though, again today, the volatility of this are a little bit off-putting. I thought, it might be up or down a little bit today, one way or the other. So are you looking at your 401k? You heard Robert's advice. I didn't look. This morning when I looked, since last April 3rd. And I was expecting even more of a bump. But I got to go back and see, what it was like the day before yesterday. And maybe it wasn't. Anybody see a bump in your 401k, say, of over $5,000? I think people could have easily. I mean, the numbers were the best market that we've seen since World War II. They were either second or third, the numbers, across the board. And if you have the wide range of investments that are pretty diverse, whatever, you probably benefited that much. So I thought today things would be a bit more settled. Really hard to predict this, though. The levies, the tariffs, again, Henry and I were talking about this early on, 145% with China. And there was a testimony from the former Bush and Clinton FDA commissioner about the medical supply. I want to hear more about the medical supplies. I don't know you, but that's the thing that we ought to really be working on, aside from just the tariffing. What is it that would prevent us from having the medical supplies that we had to import during COVID from China? And we're back to the same thing. So 145% tariffs now at this point. Not sure. I'm sure there's going to be a number of small businesses hurt by this, but don't see any other way around it. China can't win in this. By that, I mean, we had Gordon Chang on yesterday. I wouldn't say they're on the ropes, but they're not doing well. And they can't win because if they win in this, we pull an off-ramp with China, that just sends a message that's deadly down. We really have to go to the wall in this one. Henry, you had something?
No, I was just going to say they're not on the ropes. They got hit with a nice uppercut or something.
Yeah.
Stumbling a little bit.
Oh, yeah, they have to be. Most, Larry Kudlow and others on Fox saying they will fight to the end in this war. We'll see about that. This could go on for a while with China. But the markets have to recognize the others are complying. This is all good for America. The negotiation on exactly what they're complying to could take a few weeks, but it's there. I don't think it's fake. I think these people are calling. They want to get in line to be among the first to settle this. And once that happens, one-on-one with China. And this is kind of disappointing if the markets don't recognize this is something that has to be done. It shouldn't be this volatile. Okay, 855-839-1210. It is time for a great prize, though, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today, and I'm pretty sure tomorrow, you'll be able to win a pair of tickets if you're the winner to see your Philadelphia Phillies versus the San Francisco Giants on Thursday, April 17th, for a 4:05 p.m. first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. It's Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases Day. After the game, fans 55 and over are invited to go onto the field and stroll the bases. For tickets and information, visit Phillies.com.
Yeah, Dom. So today we're talking about that all-time immigrant. I want to keep this one vague because I feel like people are going to get it immediately once I say it. But basically, I'm going to play a cover of a very, very familiar song to this show. I want to know the band who is covering this song. A little hint about the band covering it. Founded by two Dutch guys. I'll say that much. That's all I'm going to leave it at, all right? They're Dutch. They moved to America. Became one of the most popular bands of all time, I'd say. So let's take a listen to the clue.
We don't get fooled again. There's the tagline, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are off to see the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll have that prize again tomorrow. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get that. More of your calls. And Stacey Garrity, the treasurer of Pennsylvania, will be here at 2:30. And the odds-on favorite to be the Republican nominee, Dan Muser, maybe. But I think she's got the inside lap to take on Josh Shapiro, which will be a nationally watched race big time. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether you're here in Philadelphia or if you grew up a New Yorker like Sean Farish, if Larry Krasner or Alvin Bragg really wanted to clean up the streets of their respective municipalities, jurisdictions that they are the district attorneys of, get subways and public transportation cleaned up, they could do all of this if they really wanted to. They have it in the budget. They're just on an agenda and a vendetta to empower the criminal.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
SEPTA unveils their 2026 budget plan, which closes 5 regional rail lines and 50 bus routes without a huge cash infusion from the state. The owners of Crozer Health System are meeting with Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday today to try and find $9 million to keep it open. And Popular Parks on Tap program returns, bringing a beer garden to 27 Philly parks.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
All right, great prizes here. Definitely immigrants. Dutch Henry said, pair of tickets, see the Phillies versus the San Francisco Giants. Let's hear the clue. All right, let's go to Bob in Furlong. And sometimes it's happened with Dan. You know, Dan, if he got 2 people off, was pleased. We'll see if we get that. Bob in Furlong. Bob, who's the band?
Hey, Dom, it's Van Halen, and I'm pretty sure that's Sammy on lead vocals.
All right. I didn't know they were Dutch. Bob, you're off to see the Giants and Phillies. Congrats. So, Dan, I didn't know that. You said Dutch.
Well, I'm not Dan.
I mean, I'm sorry, Henry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Edward Lodovic, I think I'm saying that right. I have no idea. Van Halen and his brother Alex Arthur, boring, were both born in Amsterdam.
I kind of thought they were born in like Winslow, Georgia, or something.
You would have thought, but no, they're Dutch.
Wow, that is hard to believe. Shocking. All right, that's what we like from the side question and the Money Melody. You learned something. It just seems hard to believe. All right, 855. So Bob headed off to the Phillies Giants. Great game, 4 o'clock start this coming Thursday, a week from today. All right, our side question though, and these are immigrants. Immigrants, particularly that added something to America due to the attacks on Elon Musk and where this goes forward, is what we're looking for. I'm noticing Stacey Garrity coming up, the treasurer, at 2:30. The odds-on favorite, I would say, to be the Republican nominee. Talking to that she's one of the first Republican in a long time to be treasurer, and from rural Pennsylvania. So rural Pennsylvania is still very rural. I mean, this is a rural state, despite, living here in Philadelphia in the suburbs and all that. It's big time. So we'll have a lot to talk about. I'm encouraged that she could certainly put up a good battle against Josh Shapiro. And you know what the stakes are. It's not just the governor here in Pennsylvania, but it's also moving forward politically. If he loses, I don't see Democrats going forward with him. If he wins, particularly if he wins convincingly, which I don't see that happening, then he is a major player. All right, Joe in Exton is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My immigrant of significant stature is the Russian composer Igor Stravinsky, who composed an orchestral suite that he titled Dumbarton Oaks as a tribute to his newly adopted country.
Yeah, that's a big name, Joe. Stravinsky, also Irving Berlin, who more pop tunes, but maybe a bigger seller, too, to put it mildly. By the way, as we're watching some developments today, I'm watching each and every day what Marco Rubio's doing as Secretary of State around these college campuses. Rutgers is slamming the chilling termination, is what they call it, of about a dozen international students' visas. And the reason that they were taken away, they say, well, they're in good academic standing. They lost their legal residency, they say, without explanation. Now, I think that Marco Rubio's pretty careful on this. And Rutgers, like a lot of these universities, Harvard, Stanford, Michigan, UCLA, Ohio State are among the other institutions of higher learning where visas from international students have been rescinded, a step that could lead to detention and deportation. It's not just Mahmoud Khalil, the green card holder, who was involved at Columbia, and that's still ongoing. It's a bunch of others, and I think rightfully so. And I told you, too, that the rumor is the Trump administration is looking to up the taxation on the endowment funds of places like Penn and Harvard and Penn State, all these huge endowment funds. Why should they be able to do that, yet still get all that federal money, yet still charge outrageous rates as far as tuition, and in addition to that, indoctrinate, be a stumbling block? That's their main business, many of these places. So all this is in play. The Trump administration is moving forward, doing a good job on these fronts. And I told you the thing to watch for, and it could happen any day now. The Department of Education is going to go after one of these school districts somewhere. In Pennsylvania, they answered the Department of Education. They said, yes, we are not doing anything objectionable, their words, under DEI. But they told school districts they didn't have to change anything that they had that was DEI in their curriculum and the like. Well, that's the whole idea. You're not going to get away with this by saying you're compliant, there's nothing to see here, and continue to do DEI. You're just not. It's just that it's overwhelming, the number of school districts, the number of things to get into with this. But this will come to a showdown, and it has to. It's not on the level of China, but it's the same mentality. What are you going to do about it? Meanwhile, out of Montgomery County, they're afraid they're going to lose their federal funding because of their shenanigans around DEI and trying to shield illegal immigrants. So they have not moved as radically as they would like to. And just because Trump's signing executive orders is what I'm saying. He's moving on all fronts, and his people are. You have these players that are dug in, and they are going to fight to try to run out the clock. That's why there's such urgency here. And the Department of Education really can strike a blow on this stuff. Target some of these places. Phoenixville. Front page of the Inquirer. We talked about them. Henry tried to get them on a couple weeks ago. The guy won't come on, but he's telling the world, yeah, we're not going to comply with this. Sometimes they say they are complying. They're not. If they have DEI, they're not complying. It's discriminatory. I've given you examples. Rowan University said they were going to comply, and then they gave a list of things that Rowan was doing at that point that would have been out of bounds, like segregated nights of here or there for special groups. That's out of bounds. You can't be segregating by race and things of that nature. Out of bounds under this. Clearly. So don't tell us you don't know or something of that nature. We have things that are explicitly out of bounds. All right, Stacey Garrity, treasurer in Pennsylvania, is next. High hopes on what she's up to. Wanted to get her take, too, on how she sees what's going on here with the Trump tariffs in her role as treasurer. What do you do in that kind of fiduciary role as this plays out? How she would handicap the governor's race. She had a lot of strong things to say about America First, how much she's on board with that. And I think she certainly could win, or at least be very close here in Pennsylvania. She's next. Honored to have her. Hey, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water, and what comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about your water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
We'll get down to the low 40s overnight with rain off and on. Tomorrow, high 48, rain expected again. And Saturday, 44 the high, more showers. Sunday, high 62 and mostly cloudy. By Monday, we're up to 72 and partly cloudy.
The wait is over. Acura's all-new premium compact SUV, the 2025 ADX, is now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit PiazzaAcura.com to schedule a test drive today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. My thoughts turn toward, we haven't talked for a while with the Treasury Secretary in Pennsylvania, Stacey Garrity. She was on during the Mannion event day. Her military background is extraordinary. And I met her and saw her in action at the Dr. Oz event. We were up there in that place, well, kind of hard to get to put it mildly, doing nighttime broadcasts. And at this Pennsylvania Leadership Conference last week, where everybody on the Republican side, she said, in order for us to have an America First agenda, we've got to have the governor's office, my friends. No, that was Muser. But the point is that this is critical for so many reasons. The governor's office in Pennsylvania. Treasurer Stacey Garrity joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Hey, Dom, it's so good to be with you. And I agree with Muser, by the way.
Yeah, I know that you do, but you said a number of other interesting things. And I wanted to ask you, overall, in your role as treasurer, and we hope somebody who runs for governor, what do you do during this? What's your insight about what we're seeing? How much does that impact your role here in Pennsylvania?
Oh, my gosh. Well, we're at a crossroads in Pennsylvania. And, if you just look at the budget, if you just look at Shapiro's 7-year numbers, we run a deficit every single year, which means our budget will never be balanced again. So it's going to be tough. They start dipping into the rainy day fund this next cycle by $1.6 billion. And you know what? You're only supposed to use the rainy day fund in times of crisis. So,
yeah.
So that's an issue.
He seems to use that as his piggy bank. He tries to make that argument all the time. What if you did run for governor? What's the biggest issue? I know there's several, but coming from your background, your experience, the military and all that, what's the biggest issue in Pennsylvania to run in a governor's race?
Right. I think the biggest issue is that, Pennsylvania is going in the wrong direction, and we need a governor that is going to embrace the liquid gold that we have under our feet, because that is truly only the way that we're going to bring jobs, into the Commonwealth and revenue into the Commonwealth, and that is going to be the only way we can turn things around.
You did say, too, at this leadership conference, imagine what Trump's detractors are planning to do now that they know he means business, because he's already bringing about results, terrible for illegal aliens, the deep state, and radical leftists. So I wanted to, with someone like you in your fiduciary role, how do you see what's playing out now, particularly with China? Give us an idea of Chinese imports, Pennsylvania, maybe some of the things that might concern you in your role dealing with China.
You know what? So Treasury banned investments from China back in 2022, and that was for a number of different issues like theft of intellectual properties, the fact that they're not held to the same standards, the fact that, at the time they were saber rattling around Taiwan. So there are a bunch of different issues. So we've been out of investments in China since June of 2022. Now, as far as these tariffs goes, I'm not so concerned. I've said from the beginning this might be a little bit of short-term pain, but we are going to have so much tremendous long-term gain. And you can see that, people shouldn't sell Donald Trump short. I mean, who do I want negotiating? The guy that wrote The Art of the Deal, for sure. And he flipped it around today, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you also talked about in this Inquirer piece, Stacey, that rural Pennsylvania is represented through you. I heard you speak at the Dr. Oz thing. You talked about that, talked about first Republican woman in there in Treasury. Rural Pennsylvania, what is the issue right now? You seem to think Shapiro is at least, and as much as I'm an opponent, he, at least on paper, pays more attention to it than other Democrats. What's the issue across rural Pennsylvania at this point?
Oh, my gosh. So there's a lot of issues in rural Pennsylvania. And keep in mind that 48 out of 67 of our counties are considered rural. And, I am from a very rural county. So there's a bunch of issues. So healthcare is an issue. If you look at the providers versus, patient population, broadband's an issue. Just the fact that, where we have the opportunity to put in data centers, it's where Marcellus Shell runs through, and that's rural Pennsylvania. And so we have an opportunity to really help rural Pennsylvania, bring in a lot of revenue that would help with, education, it would help with, jobs, just thousands and thousands of family-sustaining jobs. And so I think it's an area where we really have to pay attention.
Your military career, I hope, if you did run, would be paramount. I'm a big fan. We used to see one or two generals in election cycles for president. We used to see people of other ranks. Colonel West, for example, was in Congress as a frequent guest and a friend. How would that play out if you were running for governor, your military experience?
Well, I live the Army values, and that's 24/7, every single day. And the Army values are loyalty, respect, service, duty, honor, integrity, personal courage. And that's how I would conduct myself. That's how I would run the office. And so I would say it's a very huge part of who I am. I can tell you that I would be an advocate for taxpayers every single day, and I would always do what's right and, insist on accountability in government.
Well, I think being the treasurer is one of and I don't know the last treasurer that did run for governor or was successful, but being the treasurer, look, Attorney General, we've seen that with Shapiro and Tom Corbett. I happen to think the treasurer, though, the stuff that you deal with, the things that you decide, the fiduciary role there, that in a subtle way is even more valuable in somebody that would be the chief executive.
Well, I agree, Don, because I'm the fiscal watchdog for over $170 billion of Commonwealth assets. I sit on all the major pension boards. I run all of our consumer programs. We directly invest over $50 billion. So, yeah, I have my hands in a lot.
Yeah, no Pennsylvania Doge, though. Or are you doing something that's similar? Jersey, we've had on 2 assembly people that are doing that. And I bet in Pennsylvania there are things that are hard to believe they got through.
Yes, that's exactly correct. So I would say, and I said this at a Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, in my office was doing Doge before Doge was considered cool, because we make all the payments in the Commonwealth for over 70 agencies. And Dom, I believe that is, by the way, I think that's too many agencies if you want my opinion.
Yeah, sure.
But we do a pre-audit function, which means that we look at every payment to make sure that it is legal and it is correct. And just last year alone, we stopped $1.7 billion in improper payments from going out the door. And that included $50 million of overpayments and duplicate payments.
It's hard to believe. Now, we've talked with Dave Sunday. Do you do anything, you mentioned, I guess you do, with Medicaid?
So, no, we make the payments, but
okay.
There's a lot more we can do with Doge if that's where you're headed. So I'll give you an example. The Social Security Administration, they stopped states from looking at the death master files back in 2011. And that's caused a lot of issues. So talk about a huge Doge opportunity. That absolutely is. And also, even though we make sure that all the agencies are complying with the contracts, everybody should be looking at their contracts at the agency level to make sure that we are not overpaying. And then I always mention my friends at the Department of Revenue, because, they do taxes. I do not. And so, I issue the refunds, but when they issue refunds late, they end up paying interest penalties, and that's taxpayer money. And guess what? Last year, they spent, on top of giving people their refunds late, we had to use $50 million, almost $50 million in taxpayer money to pay the interest.
That is enormous. Is Real ID?
It is. Wrap your head around that.
Is Real ID? I know it's not your purview, but you are very grassroots, et cetera. One of the things with our listeners right now is the Real ID situation. I know Republicans, we had on the leader in the House calling upon Governor Shapiro, got to be more hours, and got to be not treating people that it seems to be picayune things. A lot of listeners, they just can't comply. They go there, they get in there with an hour left in the day. If it doesn't work, they tell them, go home. We're not going to be able to see you. People are really trying to comply, but it's very difficult.
I agree, and it's really shameful. But some people might not even know this, but Real ID has been on the books for implementation since 2005. That's 20 years, so that's all the more reason we need DOJ. But just like so many other problems in our federal government, previous administrations, and that's both, of course, Democrat and Republican, they kicked the can down the road. Now, President Trump, in his first term, he was actually trying to do something about it, but COVID hit. President Biden, of course, did nothing. Now, even though thousands of Pennsylvanians are scrambling, you know what the Shapiro administration's response was? And this is a quote from Mike Carroll. It'd be difficult for me to ask PennDOT workers to work all 7 days a week. Now, you know what? I'm 24/7, and we're there to serve Pennsylvanians. So, unfortunately, some agencies act like, taxpayers work for them and not the other way around. So, but you know what? I don't think the Shapiro administration probably cares about this because they all fly privately anyways. I have a friend, a woman I know that has gone to the DMV 3 times. Every time she's been turned away because they said her paperwork is flawed. They didn't tell her how to fix it. So after 3 trips to the DMV, she still does not have a real ID.
And as you know, too, and you don't bring up your gender or anything other than it's just an identifier. I mean, it's obvious that women, because of getting married, changing their name, or if there's a divorce or whatever, they are the biggest people having trouble with this. They keep on getting turned away, and no solution seems to be offered to them.
Exactly. And I found this very interesting. So Governor Shapiro posted a photo of himself getting his real ID a few Mondays ago at a DMV in Enola. You know what? There were no lines. Everyone was smiling, making you think it's okay. But guess what the problem is? The DMV in Enola, they're not open on Mondays, dumb. So that's just one more example of his administration, talking the talk, but they're not walking the walk. But, here's my message to folks. Don't panic. Real ID, it's only needed for boarding flights and entering secure facilities like, military bases and nuclear facilities. So if you don't plan on flying or going on a tour of 3 Mile Island before May 7th, then the deadline won't affect your day-to-day life.
Exactly right. I'm going to add your line to that. I love that. So where do people follow you, particularly in When do you think a decision would be made about running for governor? What's kind of the timelines that you see playing out here?
Gosh, probably the summertime. Every day that I wake up and I get to serve hardworking Pennsylvanians is truly a blessing, and it's an honor to be a Republican treasurer for the first time in 16 years and from rural Pennsylvania because we haven't had a treasurer in more than 40 years from rural PA. So again, I think we're at a crossroads, and like Pennsylvanians all over the Commonwealth, I'm thinking about what comes next. And I really hadn't even thought about it until, so many folks asked me if I would just think about it. So I'm looking at options, but we really need a candidate who can stand up to the governor on oil and gas, can make sure that we don't abandon rural PA, and has a profile to beat him on election day. So whatever I do, I will stand up for what is right in our government, regardless of my role.
I know that you will. I've seen you in person, seen your actions. And if you go to a PennDOT office, it would be one that is actually open with people there.
That's right.
Exactly. Treasurer, thank you so much. Anytime you have an issue you'd like to come on, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dom. Great to be with you.
All right, there's the treasurer in Pennsylvania who I think has a very reasonable chance. Imagine Mike Carroll, we couldn't be. Look, they're going to be paid overtime and everything else. How about Mike? not 7 days a week. How about 6? What do we have? A month left to get people to comply? But I like her advice. If you're not going to go to 3 Mile Island or be flying, then take your time with this, pick your spot, and then get the real ID or get the passport. All right, it is the lightning round next. But first, well, wait a minute, Henry, here. I have the wrong thing here, 226. Oh, I have one more about tours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, I was following the guideline here. I may be a little bit off. But let's talk Sicily one more time before the lightning round. You will fall head over heels in love with Sicily. You're probably thinking, yeah, I've heard a lot about Sicily. This is much different. Look, we love Italy. We go with conservative tours twice now, Ro and I. But Sicily in the fall is unparalleled. The unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Calabria. That's what we have. Conservative tours will handle everything. $55.44, including airfare, the dining events, the wine, and the local color of the places they know to go to. I've experienced it. That's what they do. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans, they're all there. The Godfather Tour will visit all the locales from the movies, all 3. Call Conservative Tours now. Tell them you want all the information on this at 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca, I hear great things about. You'll be there with us. A great time with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. Call 888-733-9494.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, really thrilled with that interview with Stacey Garrity, the treasurer. You're going to be hearing more of that. I would bet really good certitude that she's going to run. You got Dan Muser, too. He'll be in good race. And then Josh Shapiro. All right, hit us with that all-time immigrant to the United States since Elon Musk. By the way, talk about all-time. I don't know what's more unusual, Elon or the Musk as the name. Tony and Delco on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Tony, who's yours?
Hey, I got a little story before it. I'll try to be quick. But have you ever wondered how do foreign players stay in the country during their playing time and then very commonly after their playing time? So they have a visa, T1A visa, that used to have a limit of 10 years. They've since lifted that limit.
Ah, okay.
But afterwards, let's say an injury cuts their career short or they finish their career, they get preferential treatment if they are excellent in their craft, meaning, let's say, win an MVP or
I'm opposed to that stuff. Yeah, it doesn't move me toward that. I hear what you're saying, though. But, Tony, give me your person.
So, in that light, my person is Bobby Clark.
Ah, yes. Bobby Clark. That's a pretty good one. Yeah. Flin Flon. I assume he's a citizen and all that now. I don't know otherwise.
I would think so.
Yeah. He better be. Joe in Bordentown. Who's yours, Joe?
Mine is Hungarian-American physicist Leo Szilard, who wrote the letter that Albert Einstein signed to President Roosevelt to begin the Manhattan Project.
That's pretty powerful. Yep, I'm a big fan. As soon as you saw Einstein's name in there, Roosevelt goes, oh, man, we got to do that. James in Bayonne has an interesting one. James, who's yours?
It's Tocqueville. And a quick question, Dom.
Yes.
How come you didn't buy a house in Sicily when they were up for sale for $1?
Oh, I didn't know that. If I'm over there, I'm gonna buy two of them. You know, can I get one near Murphy, whose villa's in Italy? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, you probably could, but I remember when they were up for $1 each, I asked two of my best friends to do it, and they wouldn't do it.
I
was there a couple of times.
Yeah.
But beautiful place.
Thank you.
I
Thanks
think
very
the
much.
caveat with that, too, is you had to be an Italian citizen as well.
Oh, I'm never giving that up, or even dual. I don't like the dual citizenship. Jerry, you have about 10 seconds, but you have a good one to go to. Who is it?
Well, 10 seconds. Well, then, speaking of Italy, I got that famous Hector Boiardi, which started canning spaghetti in sauce. Sauce, not gravy, sauce. And during the war, he provided 250,000 cans a day as a staple for the troops.
Hector Boiardi, Chef Boiardi, Dan is out, but I love the guy. All right, Henry, did one move you here? One or two quickly.
I thought the best explanation today was Baron Mikhail Skikluna.
Skikluna, yeah, it was pretty good explanation.
That was my top today, and I like the Bobby Clark ones too as well.
All right, let's go with Bobby Clark.
All right.
I thought that was an interesting one, how it played out. Put his name into the hat. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Rich Cioli next. Talk Radio 1210 WP.